Welcome out everybody, Southeast Regional Advisory Council. Glad to see some faces in here. Thank you for everybody that's traveled and spent time to come. We appreciate your time, your input. Go right here through the RAC procedures. We got quite a bit to go through this evening, so we're gonna stick to the schedule pretty tight in the time frame. As we get to each action agenda item, we'll have questions from the RAC, then we'll go to questions from the audience. And after that, we'll have the online comments. Our director will go through those. And then we'll go to comments from the audience. If you wish to make a comment, then you need to fill out one of the green cards back there by the door, bring it up and hand it to us. We will be going through online comments from the public. There won't be any option for the public to have any online comment during this meeting. During your questions and your comment period, we'll hold individuals to 3 minutes at the microphone. You come up and state your name and who you represent if you represent yourself. Those that are representing a group will have 5 minutes, but it needs to be an interested group. We can't have somebody come up and say, I'm representing the Green River Canal Company and expect to get 5 minutes. We got to keep this in line and move as quickly as we can through this and being thoroughly at the same time. With that, we will move to our first action item. It's approval of the agenda and the minutes from our previous meetings. Is there any questions or discussion on that from the RAC?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda and the minutes from the previous meeting.
We have a motion from Sunshine. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Kirk. And any discussion on the motion in the second? All in favor? It's unanimous. Next, we have our Wildlife Board meeting update. And that, okay, we have, Joe has showed up online. We have one of our RAC members online. It's Joe Sacco. Thanks for showing up, Joe. Appreciate it, man. Okay, the first action item was the fishing recommendations and rules at the Wildlife Board meeting, and that passed unanimously. There was some discussion on spearfishing, and there's new interest coming with spearfishing, and there will be groups getting with the division, and new regs will probably be out for the RAC and board process next year sometime. The next was the Henry Mountains Bison Plan, and there was actually no discussion on that proposal in the board. The comment was made that the committee on, and this is kudos to Guy Wallace for his work there as well. They said they got it right and there was nothing to worry about, and they passed it unanimously. And then there was, next one, Henry Mountains. And the next one, we had the landowner amendments, and there was 4 amendments that passed unanimously from the board. And there's going to be a committee on that. That'll be an ongoing process, and there'll be changes probably going in the future, but they've established a committee with the landowner associations to be able to continually address issues and problems going forward. And then there was also a motion to have where was that at? I lost my notes. My apologies just for a minute. Okay, there it is. Another one that would concern our region would be the motion to have the division formulate a guiding document for the formation of committees that would include final approval coming from the Wildlife Board, and that was placed on the action log. There was a few other things that went through that with the conservation permit audit, but in the interest of time, I figured I'd just shorten that up to the things that were relevant to this RAC. Any questions? If not, we'll go to our regional update from our supervisor, Chris Wood.
Good evening. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you taking your time out on a November evening and volunteering and dedicating your night and serving in this capacity. And thanks for the public who came here to express your input and your opinions. We hope to hear from you later tonight. I'll just give a quick regional update. I know it's going to be a long meeting, so I'll try to make this quick. And if you have any questions, we have folks here that can help answer questions as well. So our habitat section has been pretty busy this fall. It's the busiest time of year for them as habitat projects are in full swing and a lot of things are being implemented. Just two things to note. There's a project on the Emma Park Road in that area that was looking at installing Z-dikes. And it's a project to help reduce erosion, help enhance wet meadow habitat in that area. The USGS and DWR are also working on a water study on our Matheson Wetlands Preserve in Moab. And currently we have scientists out in the field working on that study. So it's a multi-agency and collaborative project we have going on there. Maybe real quick before I forget, in the habitat section, I'll mention our habitat section is also taking the lead on looking at the Sego trailhead. It got a lot of use this fall. And earlier this year, in the summer, we came to our attention that the Sego trailhead needed to be improved. And so we formed a committee, and our habitat section is taking the lead on that committee. Sitla is the landowner there, so they're involved, of course. Backcountry hunters and anglers are involved. SFW is involved. Some of the people in this room are on that committee as well. So this committee is working together. We've had several meetings so far. Hopefully we'll be implementing this plan in late spring and early summer next year. But we're looking at enhancing the trailhead, doing a better job with signage, creating additional areas to camp, creating more space to camp, and having a more organized space up there. It's getting a lot of use, and we anticipate it'll be increased use as throughout the state. We're seeing increased use there everywhere. So if you have any questions or comments about that, let me know and I can get you more information. Also, we realized that the trailhead was pretty busy this fall due to our hunt structures. And so we've made some changes there a little bit. We removed a cow elk hunt in October that hopefully will help with some of the traffic up there. We split up a bison hunt into 2 different weeks and 2 different hunts. So that'll help also. It's also important to note that we do have water up on the top of Sego. We can't guarantee that water's always going to be full and available for the horses. There are times where we get an unexpected surge in use and people bring up several dozen horses and the water gets all consumed and we're not able to get up there in time until we hear about it. And sometimes it takes a day or 2 for us to deliver water. So that's something to note, that while we like to provide water up on Sego Trailhead, it's not always a guarantee, and you should make arrangements to have water for your horses as you unload up on the trailhead. So our outreach section has been pretty busy. We had a youth pheasant hunt at Desert Lake last week or 2 weeks ago, and it was a big success. I think we had like 17 youth out there hunting, and we had division employees with their dogs, and our youth were successful in bagging a pheasant or 2. So that was great. We had a mule deer watch at Nash Wash in the South Book Cliffs on Saturday, and we had, I think, 35 people show up for that event, and we were able to show them and teach them about mule deer. And I think everyone who attended was happy with the numbers they saw. So that was a good event. Our conservation officers are busy this time of year, of course, too. They're investigating several trespass issues and poaching cases as well. We do have a new officer. Her name is Aiden Houghton. She is in Emery County, and we're excited to have her on as part of our team. She's worked in our region before, and she just finished post and training, and she's ready to, she's moved to Emery County and ready to start her district, and she's being trained by our officers in Price and Emery County, who are fantastic. So that's exciting. And then our wildlife section is really busy with their stuff. They're doing bighorn sheep surveys on the Dirty Devil and on the Henry Mountains this week. They're also doing some post deer classifications. And then with our capture season, it begins after Thanksgiving. And if anybody in this room or any of our RAC members are interested in helping on our captures, our deer capture specifically, let me know or let Guy Wallace know. I'll throw out some dates right now to write down. These dates are subject to change though as weather happens and there's these 2 helicopter crews go all over the state. There are sometimes delays or sometimes we get bumped up a day or 2 early too. But right now, the San Juan is scheduled for December 30th. The LaSalle's are just scheduled for December 7th and 8th. The Book Cliffs is scheduled for December 9th. And the Manti is scheduled for the 10th and 11th of December. So again, if you're interested, let myself or Guy or a biologist know. And we'll, as those dates change, which they might, we'll keep you updated. But we hope to have you come out with us, get some hands-on experience as they bring in the deer. It's a good time to rub shoulders with the biologist and get some good experience. I hope you join us. And then our aquatic section, they're moving male pike from Recapture Reservoir to the Springville Hatchery as part of that program. And then our biologists, we have a crew of biologists, 5 biologists live in the Moab area, and they run the Colorado and the Green and the San Juan, spend 100 nights a year on the river. Their season is wrapped up. So for the next 2 or 3 months, they'll be off the river and they'll be writing reports. I think that's it. Anybody have any questions? Yes, Eric.
The new conservation officer in Emory County, is that just added to Officer Lawrence, or is he?
I believe it replaces, so Officer Lawrence was promoted to become a sergeant. And so it replaces her, she replaces him in that district. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving right along, we're going to move into the nitty-gritty now. Statewide elk management plan. Dax.
All right, that came up quick. Good job, Chris. I told the regional supervisors I was going to have a prize for whoever gave the quickest regional update. So you're in the running, Chris, I think.
Let's do it.
I'm Dax Megas. I'm the Big Game Program Coordinator. Hopefully you had a chance and the stamina to make it through the 53-minute long presentation. It is a long presentation. There's a lot of stuff. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I guess I want to recognize and just thank the folks that served on the elk committee here in the region. We've got Trish here tonight. Troy Justison with SFW's here, and your RAC chair, Kent, served there as well, and really put in a lot of time. And we had some rough meetings and a lot of discussion, and we're really happy to be bringing this recommendation out, and happy to answer questions or give any other kind of summary or anything else that you'd like.
Questions from the RAC?
Oh, I'm one other thing, sorry.
Okay, good.
One correction in the version of the plan that we distributed, we left off the LaSalle Mountains unit in the map that showed the spike units. And that was an oversight. That unit has been a general season spike unit for a lot of years. And that was a mistake. And actually, Kent's the one that caught that in the RAC packet. So our recommendation would be that the LaSalle Mountains stays where it is with regard to being a spike elk general season hunt. Sorry.
Thank you. Any questions from the RAC?
Sure. Could you explain to me, just so it's clear, the archery season? There's some talk about limited entry versus general, when they would start, when they end. Could you kind of just clarify that?
Sure. So in this proposed elk plan, there wouldn't be any changes to the general season archery seasons. They would be what they've been the last couple of years for the spike season, which is slightly shorter. So it's slightly shorter than the any bull season. And then the any bull season, archery season, we're recommending the same dates we've had the last couple years, which does have an extra 5 days on it that it hasn't had prior to the last couple of years. So no changes there, just kind of the same thing with the general season archery seasons for elk. For the limited entry archery season, we are recommending changing that so that it would open 4 days later and close 4 days later. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does. And so I'm just, is there a reason it's got to stay at 28 days or whatever that time frame is? It just, the limited entry is going to start on a Wednesday now. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So general season will be out 4 days or whatever, 5 days, and then they start that limited entry.
Yeah, and the reason for that, in the committee, we had a lot of discussions about archery and dates, and ultimately it kind of plays into what we recommended with the early rifle limited entry elk season. That season, kind of that rut season, often we think of it as that in September, and we recommended shortening that rifle, the any legal weapon season, to a shorter season, and gave those extra days to the archers. It's kind of it's pretty typical. Most states do most of their September elk hunting with archery equipment. Utah's kind of the exception to the rule in that regard. We do more September rifle rut hunting in Utah than about any other state. There's a few units here and there, but that's widespread. We do that on pretty much all of our limited entry units. And that was one of the issues that we talked about a lot on this committee. Do we really want to have a pretty substantial amount of hunting with our most effective weapon type during that time frame, that part of the year when these bulls are most vulnerable? And so that was one of the things we recommended changing, just to kind of move away from having so much of that, the most effective weapon type during the most vulnerable time of the year for big bulls. But because that is such a popular hunt and one that's really desirable to a lot of folks, the recommendation we're bringing forward is something of a compromise. There was some talk about maybe we should get rid of this hunt entirely and only have archery hunting in the month of September. And then there were some folks that said, well, man, there's people that have been putting in for this tag for decades and want that rifle rut hunt. And so the recommendation we're bringing forward is something of a compromise. It's a shorter season, but it still is in September. It's still a rifle rut hunt, but it's a shorter one. And so we gave those days to the archers. And as part of kind of this compromise trade-off thing, we thought, well, we don't necessarily need to make the archery hunt any longer, so let's move the end a little later. We'll move the beginning a little later. Well, that's kind of the rationale, the thought process behind it.
Real quick, on the survey data, you said in the video, basically said that it was split. How close was that? Is it like a true 50-50, or was it like as far as opportunity versus quality?
So it was pretty darn evenly split on almost everything. Crowding was one issue that hunters were pretty passionate about. Like overwhelmingly, hunters didn't like crowding. But on everything else, we want more quality, more opportunity in more units, and we want it every year. And it was really pretty darn evenly split on most of them. It was like a scale from 1 to 5, and a whole bunch of them were right in between that. If you gave them a numerical value, 5 being strongly support, 1 being strongly opposed, our numerical value in the middle there for most of the questions, almost all the questions, was like 2.25, between 2.25 and 2.75.
Dax, with the proposed 10-year elk plan, I know in the plan it states that we'll have a 5-year review. We spoke earlier. I expressed my concerns about that. You mentioned, being able to do a 3-year review and then another 3-year review, essentially 6 years down the road. Is that something we would need to rewrite in the plan and make a motion and change that?
Yeah, so we currently proposing it as a 10-year plan with a mid-plan review after 5 years. And we do know some of these things that are new, it takes a few years for them to settle out and for us to really be able to get a good idea of what's going on. There's so much time and effort and work that goes into revising a plan. We can't rewrite a plan every couple of years, and we need to let things run for long enough so we can actually see if they're working. And especially when you make a bunch of changes, the first year or two probably isn't enough time. So I think if the RAC wanted to make a motion to do more than one mid-plan review or do a mid-plan review sooner than after the first 5 years, you guys could make, the RAC could make that motion. But I think the division wants to push back just a little bit, that we can't revise our management plans every single year, just because sometimes you have a weird year, and we've got to give it a few years so that we're actually looking at kind of a compilation of a few years worth of data, especially after you make a bunch of changes. But if the RAC feels like 5 years is too long to wait, you can make a motion to do something different.
Why did you guys remove the antlerless elk hunts while you hold an antlered tag?
So yeah, that's a great question. So for example, this year my youngest son drew a cow tag in the Book Cliffs, and it was for later in the year. It opens up like next week, and I bought him a spike tag specifically so I could take him out and we could have more time to harvest his cow. So I mean, it's a piece of flexibility that has been nice. I've personally taken advantage of it and used it. As a sportsman, I really like it. As a wildlife manager, taking off my camo cap and putting on a brown one, the ability to hunt our elk really strategically and surgically is something that was a big focus in this plan. Elk are really responsive to hunting pressure, and sometimes if we have, if we have the wrong pressure at the wrong time, we can really change the distribution of elk in a way that's not favorable. Push all of our elk onto big chunks of private land or into areas where they're really hard to get to, across the state line onto a reservation. And so what we're trying to do moving forward is maybe give up some of that flexibility, and in order to have a more strategic or surgical ability to hunt antlerless elk, so that we can do it in a way to try to maximize the availability of elk on public lands to sportsmen. But it does represent giving something up that I, as a sportsman, have enjoyed. And there was a time when a lot of our elk populations were at objective or over objective and really growing quickly, and we needed to find tools. And we've developed some tools and figured some things out, learned a lot about elk distribution and hunting pressure. Some of the big GPS collar studies we've done, that have taken place during the last 7 years that this current plan has been in place. And so that's where that recommendation is coming from. We realize it's giving up some flexibility, but hopefully the flip side, the benefit to that is that we can hunt antlerless elk a little more strategically to have a more favorable distribution.
Okay, and then follow up to that, you talked about it being the general units. Does that also include the spike units that'll be in effect with?
For the antlerless, yeah, just for all antlerless permits, the recommendation is just you get to hunt on the dates that are, if your hunt says these dates, those are the dates you get to hunt.
Okay, and then also a big change is the removal of any choice with the general archery. Will that be the same in spike units as it is in a general unit? Because, I mean, we do know how hard it is to find a spike, especially with archery equipment. That represents a big loss for that community.
Yeah, so, and that's one that's come up. We've had a lot of discussion about that since the plan recommendation has come out. The recommendation is so on all general archery elk units, which, in the general archery elk tag's valid on both any bull and spike units, and allows for harvest of either sex elk. I think right now we have that available on every unit except the Book Cliffs is the one exception, just because of elk numbers and some issues we had going on there. The recommendation is that we would still have the opportunity for archers to harvest a bull and or a cow, so we would recommend an antlerless elk archery permit, but that would require purchasing 2 permits if you wanted to hunt both, but it also would allow hunters to potentially harvest both a bull and a cow. So for some folks, they look at that. I think it just maybe depends how you look at it. Some folks look at it as a loss because they wouldn't be able to harvest either sex with their 1 permit. And some folks look at it as, well, this is an expansion of my opportunity, because if I have an opportunity to harvest a cow on opening morning, but I still wanted to hunt bulls, I can harvest the cow and then still have a bull tag and hunt bulls. So a little bit, it depends how you look at it, but that is the recommendation. And the reason for that is in part to address point creep for antlerless elk. Application numbers for antlerless elk permits have gone up quite a bit. There's a lot of demand. Yeah, my son drew that cow tag in the Book Cliffs, and because he's a youth, he had a better drawing odds, but I think he had 2 points. I have 4 and I still can't draw it. And there's a lot of antlerless elk hunts around the state that are taking 4, 5, 6 plus preference points to draw. So it's a way to combat point creep, yet still allow us to get some antlerless harvest during the archery season, which, going back to kind of that elk distribution thing, archery elk harvest is really good from an elk distribution standpoint. Archery pressure doesn't seem to move elk nearly as much as, if folks are out shooting their 300 PRCs or something. So, but yeah, I guess I've heard from a lot of folks that definitely see that as a loss that they don't like.
So just basically what you said here, I'm kind of assuming my next question, but would those antlerless archery permits be over the counter, or would we be burning points to do that?
Yes to both of those. So they would be available over the counter, but if you purchased one, it would use your antlerless preference points. That's what we're recommending.
A point was brought up last night at the Southern RAC that I feel is a very valid concern, and it's regarding the Paunsaugunt unit being changed from a limited entry elk unit to a general season elk unit. That's a premium deer unit that we market as such, and a lot of people have invested a lot of years. Concern as to how that may have doing that limited entry premium deer hunt. Some things that have come up in some discussions would be the possibility, and I'd like to.
Is this, I'm not trying, is this a question?
Yeah,
Or is it comments?
it's a question.
Okay.
The question is, I'd like to, can you give me your feedback, how the division would feel if that unit were to be a hams hunt rather than general season hunt, with perhaps an option to be an unlimited hams hunt over the counter? Is that something that, I know that's kind of a loaded question to put you on the spot with, but.
Yeah, so like I don't know if I understand it. It's like a over the counter, but hams hunt. So it would use the ham season structure. Yeah. Okay. So I guess I'll try to answer your question, speak to a couple of those things, and yeah, welcome the discussion and questions on this issue. It is one that came up last night, and the Paunsaugunt is a premium limited entry deer unit. We only have 2 of those in the state, the Paunsaugunt and the Henry Mountains. It's an important, it's an important thing. It's a great unit to hunt deer on if you can get a permit. The Henrys is any bull as well, and like some of our other great deer units in the state are any bull as well, like the Oak Creeks, and so and I think from the division standpoint and from the recommendation that's coming from the committee, I think there's anticipation there'll be more people on these units that transition from limited entry to general season, especially the first couple years. And there's potential for it to maybe feel more crowded, or for folks that do have those limited entry deer tags to feel like suddenly, a bunch of extra hunters showed up. I do think that will level out over time. We're only talking a couple hundred elk on the Paunsaugunt unit. It's not a huge elk, numbers wise unit. We don't want to negatively impact folks' deer hunts. Also, all hunters are important, and we all, share the resource, share the lands. As far as the demand for hams hunts is relatively low in our elk applicants. It's about 1% of our limited entry elk applicants apply for the hams hunts. And that's why some of the recommendations you're seeing, with this plan are taking some units that are currently managed as hams units, where we have the September archery season and then that handgun archery muzzleloader portion later in the year. But we're recommending changing some of those to any bull, because there is a ton of demand for any bull and not as much for the hams. Although we do get good feedback from folks that have hunted some of those hams units that they really have enjoyed that and had good experiences there. So that's why I think the committee recommendation is to go from limited entry to any bull rather than hams. The Paunsaugunt unit typically has pretty low success rate for a limited entry elk unit. It's the highest rate of return tags, where folks return tags before the season start. Last year it was 31% of the folks that had drawn limited entry elk tags on the Paunsaugunt turned them in before the season. Sometimes we can't get those reallocated in time. So it was identified as a poor performing unit. We do think it'll be more crowded the first few years, but part of this recommendation is that it's a package. It's not just one unit being converted from limited entry or hams to any bull. You know, there's multiple units kind of spread across the state. I do recognize that it could feel more crowded for a little while. We think that'll mellow out, but that's kind of where we're coming from on it and the rationale behind it.
And Dax, I had a kind of similar question on some of these that are being moved from limited entry to general season. Some of, like, I was thinking about like the Oker Stansbury or the Floyd area where they're small units, not very much public land, access is an issue, and the population is pretty low in a lot of these areas. And I was just wondering if you think that like an unlimited general season is an effective population management tool in these areas. And I also worry a little bit about public perception of having a basically unlimited general season in these areas.
Yeah, that's a great question. Where we're hunting bulls, the tool is not really for population management. It's more based on, recreational harvest within kind of some sustainable sideboards there. On some of these units, having it managed in an any bull strategy gives us some additional tools with regard to depredation or conflicts that might arise on private lands. Like the Moroni Hills is one, for example, that portion of the Nebo unit where there is quite a bit of private in there, and we have some conflicts. And so when we manage an area for any bull, we have a little more it gives landowners a little more flexibility, and we approach depredation on any bull units typically a little bit differently than we do on limited entry units. The part of your question about how a lot of these areas that we're recommending to convert to any bull have tough access, areas of refuge, private lands, lower elk numbers or lower elk densities, those are true. And those are honestly some of the criteria that we looked at when selecting these units. We tried to limited entry units that were functioning well and seemed to be, working well, good hunter satisfaction. We tried to leave those alone. One of the major themes from this committee was how can we increase opportunity and maintain quality? So we intentionally didn't try to convert any limited entry units that we felt like were really rocking and rolling and doing a great job from, a quality limited entry hunt standpoint. So they are probably more marginal areas or areas with some tricky access. And we anticipate, there's a wide spectrum from, our September rifle rut hunts on our units managed for the oldest age class versus, the general season any bull tag that, we're recommending unlimited for that second season. That's, those kind of represent two extreme ends of this spectrum. And we're really trying to create, a variety of choices for elk hunters that let them identify, how long am I willing to wait? What type of a hunt do I want to have? And there's a lot of options in between there. And we tried to add some additional options in between kind of those two different ends of the spectrum. We tried to maintain that quality end where you're likely going to have to either get really lucky or wait a long time to draw or maybe pay a lot of money to buy a conservation permit. And on the other end of the spectrum, an unlimited rifle hunt on any bull units, it's probably going to be pretty darn crowded. It's probably going to have a pretty low success rate. But if you want to hunt every single year, you can. And so, those are fair questions and bring up some good points. And that really is what we're trying to do with this plan, is to try to maintain the quality where we have quality, find areas for opportunity that might exist. And that's, yeah. So does that answer your question? I kind of ramble sometimes, so. Good luck having a short meeting with me talking.
I have a couple questions for you. So first of all, with the early bull hunt being reduced to a 5-day hunt instead of 9, was the main driver behind that to shorten the rifle hunt, or was it the archery hunters wanted more days later in September, and that was the only place to take the days from?
So my perception from how the discussions we had on the committee, I think it was more of let's do less of our hunting with the most effective weapon type during the most vulnerable time of the year. I think that was kind of the primary driver. So it was more of, let's eliminate or shorten and reduce this rifle rut hunt. I feel like that was more of the driver than let's create more better opportunity for archers. But maybe some of the folks that were really advocating for archery on the committee, they might have been approaching that from, we need to do more for archers in September. So it's maybe a combination of both. From my point of view, it felt like if we're going to maintain quality and expand opportunity, we've got to do less rifle rut hunting.
So is the intention of that, or is the thought that it will make the success rate go down during the rifle hunt? Or just that they'll kill smaller bulls? Like, what is the main? They're probably all going to kill elk, right? Or most of them. And so is it to try to kill smaller bulls?
So I think the idea was it introduces more challenge. You don't have as much time to sort through as many bulls. Hunters are probably likely to be less selective. I think they'll still have really high success rates. And it may increase success rate slightly for archery hunters, but archery hunters, even on the best units with the best dates, archery success rates are typically lower than rifle hunters.
One more quick question. I've seen a lot of comments about, a lot of people are concerned about the second part of the open bull unit, the unlimited part, just decimating bulls, just making it to where there's not going to be any bulls, right? And in the units I'm familiar with, in fact, the only one that I ever hunt during that hunt, I don't see it making a difference. No one's going to kill elk anyway. But there's other areas where maybe that is a concern. Are you concerned as a biologist, or is there concern that may be negatively impact the herd? I mean, I know they're bulls, I get that, but is there going to be just no bulls?
So I don't think so. And like I said, most of these units that we're recommending converting to any bull have a lot of areas of refuge, whether that's, wilderness or private or tribal lands, or they have lower densities. We're not concerned that we're going to have not enough bulls left to biologically, impregnate the cows to where we'll have, the threshold you have to get to where you don't have enough bulls to breed your cows is very low, very low. And we have a lot of any bull units in the state that have had pretty darn intense hunting pressure on them for years and years. And so talking with all the biologists about all the different units we're recommending, I don't think there's any of them that we're worried that we won't biologically have enough bulls to breed the cows. We will have fewer bulls on these units, especially ones that have been managed as limited entry where we have more bulls. We'll have fewer bulls on them, especially the first few years. There'll be a little pulse with probably some extra harvest, and then it'll level out, and it'll be a lot like our current any bull units where there's bulls, and occasionally someone gets a nice one. One of the guys I work with in Northeastern region killed a 320 bull on the south slope of the Uintas any bull hunt last year. But that's the exception to the rule. That a lot of times we have pretty low success rates, and a lot of the bulls that do get harvested are, younger bulls. So from a biological perspective, I don't think we're concerned that we're going to decimate a herd. And I hear that from folks. You're going to wipe out the whole herd. I don't think we're going to wipe out the whole herd. We may change elk distribution in some cases a little bit, and they'll have fewer bulls.
Maybe if I can jump in related to this question, has there been any thought to, I know from experience, it's a much better hunter if you can go out and see game. So with that, a point restriction possibility, something along those lines where you go out, you find elk, but maybe you're still looking for that brow tine bull or whatever, 6-point bull or.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And that was an issue in the committee that we really went back and forth on quite a bit. And we talked about that a lot as part of the elk committee about should we implement a point restriction or not. And there's pros and cons to doing it. Next door in Colorado, they have a point restriction on their general season units. And they sell unlimited elk tags during their archery, and then second and third rifle seasons on most of the units, and especially on the western slope, western half of Colorado. We talked about that a lot on the committee, and I would say, 80-90% of the things we discussed in this elk committee, that was pretty strong consensus. But there was a couple issues where it was split and it kind of went back and forth, and we had a lot of discussion. Ultimately, when we got to those issues where we didn't feel like we had good consensus, we'd vote as a committee, and that was when we voted on, I think, a couple different times. Ultimately, the vote ended up coming up that we were not going to recommend a point restriction. And the division, the committee informs this recommendation a ton, and we really tried to stay as true as possible to the recommendation from the committee. But ultimately, the division owns the recommendation. We take it forward, and the division also wasn't comfortable recommending a point restriction for a couple reasons. And maybe I'll just run through those with you. And these are the ones we discussed on the committee as well. The bulls that would be saved. So if you had a point restriction similar to something in Colorado, like a brow-tined bull or a 4-point or better, I think their regulation is. In Utah, bulls that are underneath that, like our spike bulls in the any bull unit harvest, represent about 15% of the harvest. So it's a relatively small percentage of the harvest are those younger age class bulls. But interestingly enough, back in when they implemented that change in Colorado and implemented the antler point restrictions, they reduced their overall harvest by like 75%. And they still didn't necessarily grow like giant bulls and all the units, but it really took away a lot of their harvest, which is interesting. They noticed, especially the first few years they implemented it, they noticed a lot of illegal harvest. And so, those are things we thought about and talked about. And then one of the other considerations and concerns we have is a lot of times these any bull units are centered around areas where we have private lands and conflicts on private lands. And we didn't want to tie the hands of landowners if they felt like they needed to harvest bulls that, were damaging their crops or causing conflict on private. We didn't want to turn a farmer into a poacher because he shot a bull in his cornfield and it ended up only being a 3x3 or something, or didn't have brow tines. So that's why, ultimately the committee decided not to go with a point restriction, and that's why the division is also, supportive of the idea to not have a point restriction. But it's one that there was a lot of back and forth on. Did I represent that fairly, Kent? You were there. You were part of a lot of those discussions.
Yeah. It did go back and forth a lot, and ultimately it was decided after, I think it was 3 votes, and it was decided by 1 vote.
Yeah, we were pretty split on it.
It was 1 vote.
Question in line with that. Have we reached out to Colorado to see how they like that program? It seems to be pretty successful for them. Has there been any conversation with the Colorado parks to see, problems or how they like that program?
We're talking with Andy Holland, who's the big game program coordinator for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, CPW, yeah, Parks and Wildlife. It's a super popular hunt. It typically has pretty low success rates. It brings in a lot of non-residents. There's some talk in Colorado that they're wanting to maybe limit non-residents, but it's a very popular hunt, and I think the illegal harvest part, there's still some of that, but it's not as bad as it was when they first implemented it.
One more question. Back to the Paunsaugunt. The archery hunt is probably the one that would be affected most because that's the hunt that would overlap. Is there a potential or possibility to not have the general season archery hunt on that unit, or postpone it, delay it somehow to where that conflict is eliminated?
So, on the agenda, the things that the RACs and the board are voting on, there's the elk plan, and then there's also the, buck bull once in a lifetime season dates. And I think the RACs and the board have the prerogative to vote to make changes to season dates. We like to keep things as consistent as possible, but I think that would be something that, would be within the prerogative of the RACs and board.
So you talked about no loss for points for hunters using mitigation permits or vouchers on private land only cow tags. Who's going to select these hunters, and how do we make sure it's fair to the public?
So those private land only cow tags, biologists recommend if they feel like they need those on a unit, they recommend a quota that are available for that unit, and then they go on sale typically in, is it mid-July, Wendy? Go on sale in mid-July. And anyone that wants to can buy them. They're available, through licensed vendors or over the counter at division offices. Those permits are only valid on private lands. And the intent there is to have a tool available to landowners that maybe have conflicts on their lands. They're long season dates typically. And we've seen those be a pretty effective tool. I talked a little bit about elk distribution and some of the stuff we learned through that GPS collar study on the Wasatch unit during this last plan cycle. And that was one of the tools we implemented during that study, and saw that having that tool actually helped us to alleviate conflicts on private lands and pushed more elk back onto public lands. So we're not recommending any changes with how those permits are, the quotas are determined and recommended or how they're distributed. The change is just that it wouldn't take preference points for folks that get elk permits that are valid only on private lands, whether it's a mitigation permit or voucher or a private lands only permit.
Yeah, I guess just my only concern is, since it's private land only, if I have my own private land, I can buy an elk tag every year and have that elk tag where you've got 4 points, maybe 5 next year, and still are unable to hunt that animal.
Yeah, and I understand that. We had amazingly good support from the ag community on this elk plan. And, but that was, maybe one of the big requests or big asks that came from the ag community in this plan, was they felt like that loss of preference points sometimes hindered their ability to find the hunters they wanted to find to harvest elk on private lands. And so that's where that recommendation comes from.
Okay, and then I got another, I'm going to go back to some of the general units, the Floy unit that's being proposed, WSA, BLM, very rugged territory. Has there been any conversation with the BLM about what they can do to improve access, maybe trails or things like that? Obviously, WSA, it's really difficult to do NEPA in. So just wondering, before we send the Orange Army out there, how are they going to get in, and what's the discussion with the BLM on that?
Let me check with the region. Have you guys had any discussions with BLM? Okay, yeah, I don't think we've talked about it with BLM. We do recognize that's some pretty formidable country. That's not for everyone. So.
Can I speak to that a second, Dax? We did discuss that unit quite a bit in the committee. And the fact that there is only one road access that penetrates any distance in that, excuse me. But it's not a large elk numbers in there. And I think anybody that would want to go to that unit is going to know that ahead of time. For the most part, the elk that you're going to be able to hunt on there are transient. They come and go. They come off the tribal land on rare occasions into that area. Like early hunt in there, if you're archery and probably rifle, in all likelihood, you're not even going to see elk. You may see some elk in there on some years during the muzzleloader hunt. And we discussed that quite a bit in the committee and ultimately decided it would be a good fit for something like that, with just to provide opportunity. Lets people get out and try the tags in their pocket, the dreams alive.
Yeah, no, that my concern isn't necessarily about the elk. I don't think there's many elk. It's like, I think it tops out at like 7,000 or 8,000 feet there. It's not very high either, but it is, you see a limit, you're buying a general tag and you see that this unit has just gone from limited entry to general, and you're not from the area, you might be hitching up the camper and coming down just to try your luck. And that can do quite a bit of damage.
Pretty limited amount of roads in there. And I do think, anytime you make some pretty substantial changes, there's a learning curve, and it might be rough for a year or two, or some folks figure out, okay, wow, this unit is not for me. And there's maybe a few folks too that figure out, wow, I love this. I can really get into some rugged remote stuff and get away from people. And maybe I'm naive, but I try to have faith in hunters, and I've seen that hunters are pretty good at distributing themselves and placing themselves in the kind of places they want to be. But sometimes there's a learning curve, and it might take a year or two when we make a change.
One quick question. There's an archery hunt in December. Has there been any consideration to making that a hams hunt as opposed to an archery hunt
Yeah,
only?
that's another one. Like I said, I feel like vast majority of things we went through in this elk committee that we had pretty strong consensus. That's one of the other, very few issues that the committee was pretty darn split on. And I think we voted on that one a couple different times. One time we had a tie, and then we had a final vote after the committee was all said and done. And the recommendation to keep it an archery hunt, I think, won by one vote. And that's the recommendation the division's bringing forward. And the rationale behind that hunt is, the intention is that it should be really difficult, really challenging. Hunting bulls with a bow in December, crusty snow. Your max range for most archers is probably in that 60-ish yard range. Some folks push it beyond that for sure, but most average archers is probably in that ballpark. Whereas if you make it a hams hunt and folks are using, an open-sided muzzleloader, it probably pretty easily doubles or maybe even triples that range. And so that's where that recommendation came from. It is a small number of permits. We're recommending starting it out with a minimum of 5 up to 1% of the permits on the unit. So for most limited entry elk units in the state, the recommendation is going to start at 5 permits. With the potential to increase those if we see that it is a low success rate and folks want to keep, taking their shot at a really challenging hunt. We could expand that opportunity and offer more, but that's another one, like I said, that the committee went back and forth on. It was pretty close, and ultimately we went forward with an archery recommendation just because it would be more challenging and shorter range.
I have a question about what proportion of the people on the committee were solely archery hunters as opposed to muzzleloader or rifle?
I don't know if I know for sure. It felt like archers were pretty well represented. There were definitely folks that advocated for archery hunting, and we did have the Utah Archery Association. That conservation organization had representation on the committee, but it was a pretty diverse committee. We had, Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Utah Archery Association, backcountry hunters and anglers. And then we had Utah Farm Bureau, Utah Department of Ag and Food. We had some guides and outfitters, folks from the kind of the commercial end of the spectrum, sportsmen at large. Academia had a representative from one of the researchers that we work with at BYU, and elected officials. We had, Trish on there. And so we tried to have a pretty diverse committee. Definitely a lot of folks were staunch archery advocates and emphasized that archery is a good place to create opportunity because typically success rates are a little lower.
Couple questions in line with that, the hams hunt stuff. Clarify for me, because I believe you answered this last night, and I believe I understood this previously, but with the recommended restrictive weapons that we'll talk about later, if that passes, that hams hunt, the weapons that would be able to be used on that hams hunt would change to those new restrictive types. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. And
Okay.
that's something where we kind of had 2 different committees going on at the same time, and we knew there'd be some overlap between those 2 committees at some point in time in the future. And we did talk about and discuss in the committee and did try to leave the door open to be able to use restricted weapons as a tool that might be implemented for elk hunts in the future. We didn't talk a lot about changing the definitions for the current hams weapons types. And so that did kind of evolve and happen kind of quickly at the end of after the committee process was done and right before the recommendations came out. But as it stands now, based on what's being recommended in the elk plan and what's being recommended with the weapons technology, it would affect the definition of muzzleloader equipment and archery equipment within that hams portion of the hams hunts. So the September archery portion would still be kind of your standard bow, but during that hams portion, which, and we're also recommending that hunt to be a little shorter, a little later, it would affect the archery and muzzleloader weapons definitions for that.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. One more question. what was the success rate of the hams hunts currently with the current weapon types? Do you know that?
I can maybe look it up off the top of my head. Let me see if any of my folks in the back can help me with that, or I've got Kent Hersey online on the call. Maybe one of those folks can help me. Off the top of my head, I don't even know if I dare guess because I might be so far off. You there, Kent? Can you help me out? I can talk for a long time, but don't ask me to remember specific numbers.
I'm here, but it's going to take me a minute to look that up.
I know Derek. So Derek manages the anthro unit, 65% during the hams portion, right? What was it during last year? Kent can look some of those up and get back to us. I don't know if we want to wait, if there's other questions, and then.
Well, in the meantime, maybe you can answer a quick one for me. So with you mentioned in Colorado, they have a lot of issues with non-residents, like taking up a lot of those unlimited tags. Is that something that was discussed to maybe get ahead of here in Utah? Maybe limit non-residents out of the gate?
We talked about that just a little bit. We got Lindy Varney from licensing here with me tonight. And Lindy, do you want to come up and go through the breakdown on what percentage of our, currently the archery permits are unlimited, and maybe Lindy can run through those numbers with you just real quick to give you kind of an idea of where we're at right now in Utah anyways.
So I talked to a buddy that's hunting third season in Colorado deer right now, and he said it seemed like half of Texas was over there hunting elk. So.
Hi, Lindy Varney, I'm licensing coordinator. So I did kind of run some numbers to see, because our archery permit is unlimited. And this year in 2022, it was almost 11%. So it was like 10.5% of those unlimited permits went to non-residents. So it's about 1,200 out of the 11,000 that we sold, 11,500. But if you look at our spike in any bull, it's a really small percentage. So if we were to allocate, to those ones, we'd be allocating more than what we sell already.
The allocation in Utah, Lindy, that's 10%, right?
Yeah, currently, like if it goes through like the draw, 90% of the permits go to residents and 10% go to non-residents. But when it's over the counter, usually it's first come, first serve, regardless of residency. So in 2022, our any bull, it was 5% went to non-residents, and for spike, it was 2%. So.
And I know we asked you this question in the committee, but for the benefit of the RAC, would you answer the question again? What would it look like if we actually went to a draw system for non-residents on an unlimited unit for residents?
Onto an unlimited unit?
Yeah.
If you went to a draw, like if you wanted to do like a quota on the non-residents,
Yeah,
it's hard
I
to.
remember you answered that at length in the committee, but.
Trying to think of what I said. I've been to several. The problem is, like, if we did a quota for non-residents, you'd have to, on an unlimited tag, you would have to come up with some kind of number out of the sky of what you want to allocate to non-residents. That's the portion. So if we do unlimited permits through the draw, which we can't, we got to come up with some kind of number, because there's no point in putting it into a draw if it's unlimited. But if you'd have to come up with some kind of number to allocate to the non-residents, which is very, easy to do.
I don't remember exactly what you said, but I remember you said it'd be extremely difficult.
I'm trying to think of
I can't remember how you put it, but I remember it was something, and you rolled your eyes and you didn't look like it was something you wanted to tackle.
I'm trying to think of what the scenario was. It was a little bit different. Like if we put so I'm trying to remember what it was, Kent. Do you remember the exact scenario that we talked about in the committee?
I actually think it ended up evolving to a quota type of a thing instead of a draw. And
Oh,
you-
so, okay, so you're not talking about a
and
draw.
you ended up saying that
Okay, so like if we
we
were to
started
put,
out talking about a draw and then it
That's-
kind of went to a quota.
there we go. So if we were to put a quota onto the non-residents saying, up to 10% of the permits could go to non-residents, it is very time-consuming programming wise because we don't know the number of how many people are going to buy those unlimited permits. So it would be a very hard program to put together. And then you would have to come up with a number, and then we would say 10% of that number goes to non-residents, because to do the math, programming-wise, of an unlimited number is too hard to predict.
With the, if you're just talking the multi-season where there's a cap on those, that wouldn't be so hard to
No,
do,
and that's
right?
what, not we would have to still do a percentage. Like if you're going to do the cap, we have the 7,500 that we're doing a cap for the any bowl. You would still have to say 10% of them could go to non-residents.
Right, but you could put,
But not up
a
to-
number on that, just not on the unlimited
Mhm.
portion.
Yeah, you just got to just give us a number that's when we create the super counter in our database, we know what to put it as, is how many they can be issued to non-residents.
Dax, one question with that.
If it's a hard one, I'm calling Lindy back up.
This is easy.
Okay. I'm just teasing.
Currently in the plan, I don't believe there's any restriction on, say, the 7,500 multi-season, general season tags. They could hunt that early season, the late season, basically all of them, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
I've got one more question, and I don't know if it's for you or who exactly, but if we went to, say, the December archery hunt only, but then we pass the technology portion of this. So what I'm asking is, does the chicken become before the egg, or which one? You know what I'm saying? If we pass, if we say we don't adopt the technology and we have the hams hunt, then your argument about the more, the more range of weaponry and that sort of thing. But, so do you see what I'm trying to propose here? Which one would come first if we?
It is tricky where we kind of have two separate recommendations that do intersect a little bit. I think maybe, and I'm not trying to tell the RAC what to do. Maybe decide what you want to do and then make the appropriate recommendations
So
in
if,
both,
for
on
example,
both agenda items.
For example, if we pass it as archery on, but then we come back and revisit that still and
Well,
change it to a ham.
Clarify for me, because I don't believe that the December archery hunt is considered a restrictive weapon hunt, right? That would be open to any archery equipment.
It is. I thought the question was kind of going back to that debate about whether that should be an archery hunt or a hams hunt. And depending on what you do with the weapons restrictions would affect maybe how you look at a hams hunt versus an archery hunt. But right now, currently, it's recommended as an archery hunt and not a restricted archery hunt, just kind of your standard
Right.
archery
That's what I thought he was asking. And that's why I asked the question about the success rate of the current hams hunt, because obviously the success rate, if the restricted weapons is passed, that success rate would probably change considerably.
Yeah. And Eric, if I may, that the current hams hunt success was 54% for 2021.
Thank you, Cam.
Kent texted me that, but I'm trying to not look at my phone while I'm up here. So thanks for jumping in, Kent. Appreciate it.
Changing subjects just a little bit. So I watched the video. I appreciate the data and so I'll try and make this quick and phrase it in a question. 96 or 93% of the bulls reach their maximum growth at age 6. Therefore, some of that recommendation was to lower some of those upper end. And if I remember right, all units were put into maybe 2, is that correct? Into 2 age classes?
Yeah.
It-
Sorry, Harry.
And so as far as adjustments, if we try this and go down the road, remind me, as a committee, we're meeting on that every year on talking about numbers, right? As far as if there was a need to make adjustments, or I guess I'm just asking if we find that, hey, maybe that's not working, or people are upset or whatever, the quality's gone down. I guess answer that question about adjustment.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so, yeah, the data shows that the average bull elk reaches a maximum Boone and Crockett score of about 320 at age 7. They've achieved 96% of that growth by age 6. And so taking those data into consideration and looking at where we're managing for average, our limited entry units we manage for average age of harvested bulls, we recommended reducing that 7.5 to 8-year-old age class to 6.5 to 7. And we recommended reducing the 6.5 to 7s to 6 to 6.5, so by a half a year. The 5.5 to 6 units we left alone. That seems to kind of be a sweet spot where you can give a pretty reasonable number of permits and still have some great bulls available on the landscape, but it's a little more challenging. And we did recommend eliminating the 4.5 to 5-year-old age objective. Those units, we had some challenges with those units. They weren't functioning really well. One of those was the Pilot Mountains, or the Box Elder Pilot Mountains, and we have a cooperative agreement with Nevada. And so we're pretty much recommending it into 3 age classes. The top 2 age classes are reduced a little bit based on the data, where we feel like we can still provide great quality bulls to hunters, but give more permits. The data indicates that on a stable unit, a stable elk population, we can increase permits 40 to 50% by lowering the age objective 1 year. And it's a pretty linear relationship. So by lowering it a half a year, you're looking at 20 to 25% ability to increase. But we would recommend those increases incrementally, gradually, and the permit numbers would come through in the spring RAC cycle annually every year. And the RACs and the board would have an opportunity to, look at what the age data is telling us success rates are, and what the permit numbers have been and what we're recommending. And those would be approved on an annual basis. Does that answer your question?
I just want to clarify one thing. You said so that you're proposing that you do that incrementally, kind of like that Wasatch. So it wouldn't be next year we're going to try and get there all at once. We're going to do that step by step.
And the recommendations are going to come from the district biologists on those units. There may be some units where the recommendation may be more aggressive than others based on, if they're way above the objective currently, or, but they're going to come specifically from the district biologist. They're going to try to make a recommendation based on the context that's provided in the statewide management plan, and then looking at the individual data on their units. But the intent is not to, we want to practice the idea of adaptive management, where, you make recommendations, monitor, see what happens, and make adjustments. And I don't think we're looking to be crazy aggressive all at once, but more in line with what we shared as kind of an example on that Wasatch unit, where it was just incremental increases until we got to where we felt like it was at a good level.
So mandatory tooth data, is that still part of that process for limited entry to kind of see where things are at?
So we make these recommendations on limited entry elk units based on average age of the harvested bulls. We get that data from the teeth that we have folks send in. We send them into the lab, and they take a cross section and count the annual growth rings, where the animals put down a ring during periods of nutritional shortage. We ask all limited entry elk hunters to submit teeth. It isn't mandatory. They do have to do a mandatory harvest reporting, but the teeth isn't mandatory. We do want a good sample size there. We want to be able to have the best data we can. We have some reservations about making it mandatory, where it could potentially bias our data if folks are so worried about, if someone loses their teeth or their cat eats them or something like that, and then they just find random teeth from somebody else's spike bull or something and send them in. There's some concern there, and there's sometimes our circumstances where, sometimes crazy stuff happens. A bull maybe has broken its teeth out or gets shot in the mouth and there aren't teeth there. So we haven't made that mandatory, although the data is very important. We really want good data. Typically, our tooth return rates, we get about 2/3 of the limited entry permits, we get a tooth that we can age. We get a higher percentage back, but some of them are broken or aren't in a condition where we can get them aged. But we're able to get ages pretty consistently off between 65 and 70% of the limited entry elk harvest.
I guess I have a question regarding the December archery hunt. It sounded like you guys are trying to be very adaptive and do monitoring, and there seems hesitation and maybe of this new change. How locked in are you to this December hunt? Like in 2024, is there always going to be a December archery hunt, or is this something that through this process could be removed?
So, like I mentioned, that's a great question. Like I mentioned earlier, sometimes you got to give stuff a few years to work out some of the kinks and you work through that learning curve. The current recommendation is that this would be a 10-year plan with a mid-plan review after the first 5 years. And then at that point, I think when we do a mid-plan review, the idea is to have something that's less intense than 8 meetings over 4 months and hundreds and hundreds of hours, but at the same time have the ability to look at what's working well in this plan or the things that aren't working well in this plan. It's this balance between we need to give ourselves enough time to see if it's really working and not make a knee-jerk reaction after 1 year that might be, a weird anomaly. But at the same time, we also don't want to lock ourselves into something that isn't working well. So we're trying to find the balance there between making too many knee-jerk changes versus locking ourselves into something that doesn't work. And we don't want to do that.
Any other questions from the RAC? You have any questions, Joe? Do we have questions from the audience? Come up to the mic and state your name.
Thank you. My name's Cash Stallings. I'm just here representing myself. I have 2 questions. I don't know if you want me to rattle them both off or do one at a time. That'll be all right? Okay. So one thing I appreciate about the new elk plan is that it's been said time and again that, everybody had to give something. And we were able to compromise and feel like we come to a good middle ground. So one question I have is, did the Elk Plan Committee discuss how CWMUs could contribute to the Point Creek problem or increase opportunity for hunters?
So, yeah, we really didn't spend a lot of time talking about the CWMU program. CWMUs would be affected if there's a CWMU on a limited entry unit, for example. The CWMU can be more restrictive with regard to average age, but they can't be less. So for example, if you have a CWMU on a unit that's managed for 5.5 to 6-year-old bulls, then the CWMU is expected to also manage for 5.5 to 6-year-old bulls, or they can manage for older age class bulls, but they can't manage for younger. So there's not the potential that the CWMUs are taking more than their fair share of the bulls on a limited entry unit. But so what we're recommending could affect CWMUs with the changes in age classes, but we really didn't talk about CWMUs a lot on the committee.
Okay, my next question. I know there's been a lot of discussion on this, but I do feel like I want to ask just one more time to be clear. So I feel like when I watched the video, my understanding was that one point of removing the either choice on the archery was to help give the division a tool to more surgically control antlerless elk harvest. But then at the same time, we're saying that it's going to be an unlimited over-the-counter archery permit, just like everything else. So that leaves me a little confused, and it leads me to want to ask the question, Is the intent of the recommendation to remove either choice on the archery permit more related to antlerless control harvesting or more related to trying to address the point creep problem?
That's a good question. I might have to flip a coin to tell you what the answer is. It's really some of both. And from the point of view that recommendation could help us more surgically harvest cows, that goes back to the idea that archery pressure doesn't move elk as much as any legal weapon pressure moves elk. And so we want that ability to harvest elk by archery hunters by recommending, that they could have 2 permits. You could potentially increase that harvest. We would still want to retain the ability to hold some units out if we had really compelling reasons to do so. If we had a unit that was way below objective where we weren't trying to harvest elk. But the idea would be that, the vast majority of units would be left in. And it's a combination of things, and the point creep is a big part of it as well. To say, if you want to hunt antlerless elk, great, do it. We even want to have an opportunity for you to do it every single year. But you can't hunt antlerless elk and get preference points to hunt antlerless elk every year as well. So it's some of both. It's some of both.
Any other questions from the audience? Okay, we'll have Chris go through our online comments.
Yeah, we had a lot of online comments. The RAC all received those online comments in the last few days, and they had the opportunity to review all of them. And so I'm just going to briefly go over what the stats say and then kind of go over some general themes, which is a lot of comments. But if you're in the public and you feel like I didn't address your comment, know that it was received by the RAC and the board. So we had 9% strongly agree with the division's recommendation, 36% somewhat agree, 9% neither disagree or agree, 9% somewhat disagree, and 36% strongly disagree. And there are 22 people who voted on that total. Now to go through some of the comments. About 5 people said that they were happy with most of the proposed changes with the exception of a few different things, and they listed some of those things that I'll go over. 4 people said that they do not agree with making the over-the-counter archery elk tag a bull-only tag. 5 people do not support splitting the elk hunt into 2 7-day hunts. 6 people do not support unlimited elk tags during the second hunt. 2 people suggested we give less tags. We had someone say they do not support unlimited youth permits, wanting to cut non-resident tags. There's a comment about CWDs not being asked to do enough to increase opportunity. More general season, any bull options are needed. Moving the season dates 4 days later is a good idea, but leave the season opener as is instead of delaying it 4 days as well. Do not eliminate the 7.5 to 8-year-old age objective for all units. The current hunt structure and proposed changes puts too much pressure on the herds during the actual breeding and conception period. They agree with less days for the early rifle limited entry bull elk hunts. Splitting the elk hunt into 2 units would increase opportunity for people willing to challenge themselves on the earlier 2 weeks of the archery hunt. Make the spike and cow hunts hams or restricted hunts and issue more tags. Youth should be taken out of the pool for limited entry tags. They disagree with the recommendation to the muzzleloader and archery weapon changes. They think it'll lead to a higher number of wounded animals. Please vote against the Ponsagant change and that deals with the age class there. Maximize spike hunts. We should maximize spike hunts to the maximum number of the 5.5 to 6 age bull class on limited entry hunts. Rest units every other year by not having spike hunts or even odd years depending on the units. Please vote against all spring cow elk hunts. put the multi-season general elk tags in the draw. Consider an unlimited 2-season general any bull tag that would allow a hunter to hunt archery and late rifle seasons. And lastly, this person likes making the general archery bull tag, making the general archery elk tag bull only. This is only fair to make archery hunters spend their points on a cow tag like everyone else does in the draws. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Our comments from the audience. We've got a number of cards here. Again, I'd ask you to step up as we call your name. Step to the mic, state your name and who you represent. And again, individuals will have 3 minutes and groups will have 5 minutes.
I'm going to give my comments. Just kidding.
Go ahead.
I had a clarification and I wanted to make this. I should have made it earlier perhaps. There was some confusion. I think I used poor wording in, I think one of the memos of the press release that came out. It talked about spring, recommending antlerless elk hunts in the spring. To clarify, we meant in the spring RAC process, we would recommend antlerless elk permit numbers, not that we would recommend hunting antlerless elk in the spring. So just to clarify that, we are not recommending an antlerless elk hunt that would occur in the spring.
Thanks, Dax. A misunderstanding by some folks. Tricia Hedin.
If I come here.
Yep.
Thank
Go
you.
for it.
I didn't bring my reading glasses, so hopefully I'll be okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your volunteerism. I know it's a huge commitment, so I really appreciate it.
Trish, turn your mic on.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. So thank you so much for your volunteerism. I really appreciate it. So I'm here representing backcountry hunters and anglers. I was on the elk committee representing an elected official. So just so you know, just to reiterate, there was 20 individuals as a part of that committee, extremely diverse. We worked really, really, really hard. I would kind of equate my time to about 80 hours because I had 6 hours of driving on either end of a 5-hour meeting. And I thought it was a really great, just everybody just participating, some, and Dax already related that there were a couple that were really close calls, but in general, I think there was a lot of consensus. I think inevitably, we use the absolute best of science available. The BYU Ecology Lab, what they're producing, along with division researchers, produced just some amazing research regarding mortality, predation, movement, age class, maturity, general health of populations, pregnancy, et cetera. And I think that inevitably, that's really what guided our decisions. Overall, I think the objectives these were our major points of consensus were opportunity. We really want to give people hunting opportunity and a variety of opportunities. In the end, people just want to hunt. And that was kind of what we found out through some of the surveys. We also want to maintain quality, and we did not at all feel that those were an or. It was, you can have quality and provide opportunity. We want to promote healthy populations, specifically related to a lot of the research that's coming out of the book cliffs. And we're finding that these types of objectives or manipulating of our objectives will promote healthy elk populations. We want to reduce landowner and producer depredation and conflict. And I thought that there was some really great representation on the ag community, and we want to make sure we do that. And lastly, to promote youth opportunity for hunter recruitment and retention. And that's really important to me as a hunter education instructor. So hopefully you'll take our recommendations and know that these recommendations come to you from a lot of work. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Cash Stallings.
My name is Cash Stallings. Again, I'm just here representing myself. I appreciate the RAC members and everything you guys contribute to hunting in my community. I did want to speak a little bit. I appreciate Dax answering my question, but I think his answer demonstrates the problem that I have, which is in the discussion with the elk committee, it was discussed how CWMUs would be affected, not how they could contribute. It's disappointing to me that such a major player in our hunting community was not asked to contribute to the problems that we're facing that the elk plan is trying to address. So last year, there were 1,141 limited entry bull elk permits given to CWMUs. Of that, only 142 were available to the public hunter. That means that statewide, there's a 12.5% average of CWMU tags available to the hunter. This is because of how the program is structured. The program is structured in such a way that the CWMU gets to choose which tier of tag splits they want to participate in. Most choose the bottom tier, which is a 90-10 split, which means 90% of the tags the CWMU gets to keep and 10% of the tags go to the public land hunter. The Elk Plan Committee should have addressed this issue and at a minimum recommended that the CWMU committee look at and address this issue. CWMU should be asked to help address the Point Creek problem. If the lowest tier split were changed just to 80-20, thereby increasing 10% more tags for the available to the public hunter, last year there would have been 85 more limited entry bull elk tags available to the public hunter. Of that, 30 would have gone into the, over 30 would have gone into the bonus point pool, which if you understand how our draws work here in this state, that's really important because it incentivizes high point holder hunters to go over and try a CWMU hunt and thereby get moved through the system. This increase of 85 limited entry bull elk permits available to the resident public hunter could have been made possible without a single increase or change to a unit, a season, or a weapons class. The only thing that would have had to change was a tag allocation. If the statewide elk plan is going to change so many aspects of how elk hunting takes place in the state of Utah, then CWMU should be asked to change as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Norman.
Guess I'll use this one. Kevin Norman representing SFW. We came to support the spring cow elk hunt, but since that's off the table, I guess I won't say nothing. No, just kidding. Just a little background. SFW, we have a fulfillment committee that's compiled of all our chapter chairs from around the state, 16 chapters. And that's how our position's formed. We have a meeting similar to this where the DAX and the division, Brock and Randy from BYU, they come and we ask a lot of these similar questions and come up with a stance from SFW. Troy and I don't even get a vote on that, so it's our people that come up with our official position. With that being said, we went round and round and at the end of the day felt like this plan as a whole is pretty awesome, and we want to support the plan with one exception. We'd like to see the archery elk general season tag stay either sex rather than the two tag proposal by the division. Other than that, I'd like to thank the committee for a job well done, thank the division, and thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Troy Justensen.
Troy Justensen, speaking to you tonight as a member of the Elk Committee. We shook things up. It was quite interesting as we got there. They mentioned, I think we had 8 or 9 meetings, some of those meetings lasting 5, 6, 7 hours. It was interesting to see as we started to progress through that, Dax was actually took over the position, he's in kind of in the middle of it. He began to sweat when we started to make some of these recommendations and the changes that we were proposing. Our goal was exactly that. We were tired of status quo. And one thing I've seen as we've traveled the state, we were in Cedar City last night, we thought we'd get a lot more kickback from the public as we come forth with these recommendations. But what has become really evident is people are ready for change. And our whole goal when we got together as this committee was to maintain quality and increase opportunity. And that's what we tried to do. You know, Scoot, addressing to what you talked about with the early rifle hunt, I'm not worried about them harvesting. I hope it's 100%. Our whole goal with either eliminating that early rifle hunt or else reducing the number of permits was alleviate the pressure on the top end. Strictly being that we're not hunting our biggest bulls with their most effective weapon type when they're most vulnerable. And so that's kind of what our goal was with, getting rid of that so-called rut hunt. The other thing we're super excited about is that of now kids are guaranteed an elk permit. No longer do they have to put in draw, they're guaranteed it. Quite frankly, my recommendation was that with it is not only do they get an elk tag, but they get a deer tag as well. But they didn't go for that. I feel strongly that we got to get our youth hunting. We got to give them the opportunity to get out there. As far as the December archery hunt, I'm excited about that. My hope and my goal is that we see those permits increase. And I know that it seems like we have a little bit of bias towards the archer in favor of him. It's not that we're favoring the archer. What we're doing is we have a bias towards our least effective weapon type that requires you to get the closest, and a lot more can go wrong, that your success rate is going to be lower. So our hopes are that we can continue to increase the opportunity, hunting later in December with the bow there. So at the end of the day, I am very supportive of what the committee come with. I just say amen to what Trish said. She should have traveled around all the RAC. She says it much better than any of us, and it was a pleasure serving with her. So thank you. I'd encourage you to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we'll open it up to RAC discussion. Can I?
Go ahead.
I want to interject here and try to direct the discussion a little bit. I'd like to look at this and let's start with, let's say the general season part. Let's go through any discussion items on that and then break it out into however many motions we need. But if there's needed change or desired change, let's do that one motion at a time. Let's do that one discussion at a time. That way we don't confuse the issue and muddy up the waters. Is that okay with everybody? All right, general season discussion.
I guess I'll chime in here. So as an archery hunter, it's great to get out. You're always hoping to get out in September. Obviously, some years when the season starts on the 15th of September, the earliest, the general season, at least spike units, can end September 4th. That's prior to Labor Day weekend. I guess my comment would be if you're adding some extra days, could that not be also added to the general season? Therefore, the limited entry would still have a week without any general season, but not 11 days or 12 days. You would give a few extra days to the general season, which is what I'm probably doing most of the time, 14 out of 15 years. I'm that guy doing general season.
So just a clarification, Darren, when you say that, you're talking just the general season spike units, right? That typically end a week early to give the limited entry hunters, archery hunters that week.
Absolutely, just that hunt. I mean, when you're ending your hunt September 4th on that short year, you kind of feel like you're getting cheated. So if you could buy 5 days, 4 or 5 days, that's what I'm saying.
Just so I understand what you're suggesting, we've moved that, the recommendations move the the limited entry archery hunt back 5 days. Are you recommending that general season archery hunt move back that same 4 days so that we still maintain a week for the limited entry archery hunters? Or are you suggesting something different?
I'm not, haven't suggested anything on the front end. Whether you take those away or keep them, I'm more concerned or interested in if you can have those on the back end. Whatever's easier or is just having those on the back end, those extra days.
Concerning the general season, and I don't know that I have I don't know that I want to vary much from what the committee has discussed, but there was a concern brought up with the Ponsagont, and I think it's worth at least some discussion. That's one of 2 premium limit entry deer units in the state. If that's changed to a general season elk unit, first off, the archery hunt's going to overlap, and there's going to be a huge impact to those people who draw that limited entry deer tag. Second, you're probably going to have the muzzleloader hunters, deer hunters, are going to be impacted somewhat by the people scouting, the extra number of people scouting for elk. I think that the rifle hunters are going to be impacted as much as anyone, even though the hunts don't overlap. When you have who knows how many general season elk hunters there for 10 days just prior to the opening of the limited entry deer season, deer that they've watched and patterned could be completely dispersed and kicked completely out of the area. Now, I know that unit a little bit, and a lot of times that late in the year, the elk will hang up high and the deer are moving. So maybe that's not a big thing, but there is a concern there. Whether it warrants looking at doing something else. I do think that with a hams hunt, there is an opportunity to increase opportunity more so than what's there now, but not, that hunt would be late enough. It's after all the deer hunts. You could offer that hams hunt as a over-the-counter, unlimited type of hunt. And it would increase opportunity more than what it is now without impacting that premium limited entry deer hunt. I'm not making that as a recommendation at this point, just some food for thought.
Do they hunt spikes there now? On the Ponsagont?
I believe they do, don't they? Yeah, it's
So really the added pressure then would come from the muzzleloader season, because those two would be on top of each other instead of different seasons, right? Because I mean, if they're hunting spikes there now, they probably get a lot of pressure on during the archery anyway.
If you go unlimited on a general season and have the 2 seasons, I would think that the amount of pressure would be substantially more.
Where it's right before the deer season. Yeah, gotcha. I guess I don't know where we're going to go with everything on whoever's making a motion or whatever, but one comment I would have is that we talk about, whatever we pass, we decide that we need to talk about the weapon, I guess contingent on what we decide with the weapon restrictions. So that we're not passing weapon restrictions that we haven't discussed yet.
Do you have something, Eric?
I got one comment to that. If that's the case, we could put a caveat on the motion to say that if it's a hams hunt, it's the restricted type weaponry as opposed to what it is now, I guess.
Or vice versa.
Yeah.
Just as a comment, I'm not opposed to bumping that back somehow so it's after the deer. And if we restrict the weapons, that's probably fine. I don't think it would be good to restrict them to what we're probably going to pass later. Because I think if somebody wants to use a compound bow, they should be able to and not have to use a recurve.
One more thing, I guess, and this has to do with the whole plan, including the general season, but I'll bring it up now. I am concerned with the 10-year plan. I get the amount of work that goes in it. I think that, we're making some significant changes to this plan, and I believe that rather than a 5-year review, I think it would be wise to have a 3-year review and then a 6-year review. I think 3 years gives us enough time to see what these significant changes do, but it doesn't lock us into something that we can't, I think it's a fair amount of time to make an assessment and be able to make some changes if necessary. Doesn't mean we have to change it, but I just feel very strongly that 5 years with these significant of changes is maybe a little too long to wait to review them.
My only question with that is, I mean, what are we afraid that's going to go wrong, right? If a population collapses, we're still going to manage the plan, which is going to mean tags are going to go down drastically, even if that happens on year 1. So like, I don't see the whole plan. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's set right there in the plan. If something's going crazy, we're going to be adjusting tags. It's not like we can't adjust tags for 5 years.
Yeah, the tag numbers will be set in a different rack, but the changes that we're making, I don't know. I too many times in the past when we've had a concern, we've been told, well, we can't address that until the plan reopens. And that's why I think we need to put it in the plan that it's a 3-year review rather than 5-year review.
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, stop me, Ken, if you're going to address this later on, but with the general seasons, specifically general archery or spike archery, SFW did bring up that they would like to see that cow either choice still stay. As we've discussed here, archery pressure doesn't move the elk around too much. Archery has a low success rate. So I think getting rid of that hunter's choice for the archers doesn't necessarily make sense to me.
Yeah, I agree. I think the archery, I think Dax told us this before, and he kind of said it tonight, that archery is a very effective way of managing and controlling the cows, the antlerless, because it doesn't disperse elk. Speaking to the point creep, I don't see that being as big a deal because essentially if I buy an over-the-counter tag, okay, I lose my points that first year, but who cares? I can turn around and buy that tag every year over the counter. So points don't mean anything to those that are going to buy those tags. So I don't see the point creep being as big of an issue for me.
I guess that's a question I kind of had. It takes away your points, right? But does that mean that you also can't get the tag? Like, can you still put in for the rifle cow hunt? Even though you don't have points because you bought the other one, can you still put in for it?
Yeah, the way I understand it, you could still apply for it, but because you're not going to have the points, your odds are pretty slim. But if you can get the archery tag every year.
So really what they gain with that is they sell potentially more tags because people want to hunt spikes and cows, and they eliminate that or reduce the point creep. Okay.
I think it's important for us to address that there's a public perception that we might be really drastically impacting some of these populations with changing them from limited entry to general season. And I think we should think about the right way to approach that, that maybe it's a point restriction or maybe it's something else. But even, I mean, it seems like it seems like what they do in Colorado works. That's why there's lots of people from other states trying to hunt in Colorado, so.
So Kent, you were saying we're talking about general season right now?
Yep.
And general season has that late season that's unlimited right now in the plan. And there's no restrictions. And I guess, how does our RAC feel? Like, are we good with that? Is that where everyone's sitting? Or like what Sunshine is saying, is there a need to put a restriction or work with that?
This is my thoughts for what it's worth. It's hard to know without trying it how many people are actually going to hunt that late hunt. It's going to be a very difficult hunt. You're going to have 15,000 people in the first hunt. And I think for the first few years, you may see a large number in the second hunt. I think eventually, Dax talked to this on some of the limited entry stuff. I think eventually you'll see that limit itself, because as people experience that hunt and the difficulty, I think that it's going to regulate itself as far as number wise. But we don't know whether 75,000 people applying for limited entry tags. If all 75,000 of them wanted to hunt elk, it'd be pretty ugly. I do think that regardless of whether we, as a RAC, make the motion to go with a antler point restriction, I think that limiting the multi-season tags to not be able to hunt that second hunt is something that definitely should happen, because they're getting an awful lot of opportunity already, and we don't need them in cluttering up that second hunt. That's my thoughts.
So I guess this brings up a question to me. If I were to buy, I'd be the lucky guy who got to Walker's Drug early in the morning and bought a tag for that early hunt. Do I just get to use that tag to go to the second hunt, or can I buy another tag for that second hunt, or am I just limited to that first week?
It's just one tag. If you go online and you get in line early enough to collect one of the limited tags, I guess you could say, the ones that are capped, then you wouldn't be able to buy an over-the-counter one.
Okay, good. So then my season is done once that season is complete.
But there are those 7,500 people who can buy the multi-season tag that would hunt archery. Potentially, the way it's proposed right now, they could hunt the early hunt, the late hunt, muzzleloader hunt, all of them.
Okay, yeah, that clears it up a little bit. So if you do have the multi-season, then you're open to all seasons, all general seasons, both rifle hunts that are being, or any weapon hunts that are being proposed.
Yeah, that's correct on the multi-season tag. I thought your question was if you just bought the first season tag.
It was, but I was thinking about the multi-season as well. So that's,
Okay. And just to be clear, I think it's probably already clear, but just so you know, with the 15,000 cap tags for the any bull, that 7,500 max multi-season tags comes out of that quota.
okay, and then it's 4,500 for spike too, correct?
Yes, comes out of the quota. That's not in addition to, it comes out of the quota. Is there any other discussion? I think I'll have a few things to say here for a moment before we go to motions on this. Okay, go ahead, Kirk.
So initially, like a point restriction sounds good to me. And it is working in Colorado. One thing that is different that we have than Colorado is we have our spike hunts. So there's somebody that's really like, I'm thinking me personally, if I'm like, I really want to just kill an elk, I'm probably more likely to do it on the spike unit than on the any bull units. So I think somewhat you're limiting a little bit of that already, just by the nature of how our state's structured. So then it makes me think, probably not necessary to do a point restriction.
Okay, speaking to that, I think if we look at it, the restriction was just talked about on the over-the-counter hunt, not the capped first season, but just on the second season. We're not talking about any restriction on the first season. And that's what was voted on back and forth in the committee, and it went back and forth and back and forth. How long did we beat that to death that one night, Troy? Couple hours? But it was, and full disclosure, I come down on the side of the antler point restriction. And Troy and some others, half of us in the committee came down on one side, half came down on the other side. And it's just a perspective thing. I don't know that either one of us is right or wrong. I like it, and it's working in other states. And it's a public perception thing as much as anything else. People perceive that we're not going after every single bull on the mountain with, selling over-the-counter tags. It makes people more comfortable with it. And to your point, I think on the any bull units, most people are, I don't know what the percentage might be of spikes and smaller bulls that are killed, but I think it's probably less than half of them. But I think it would be a good thing to try. I mean, there was concern, just so everybody's aware of the concern that came from the division and from Brock. Their concern and opposition to it was based, and you can come up and correct me on any of this at any point, please, Dax. But their concern was from a biological perspective. They thought that could cause problems with the bull to cow ratio, as it did back in the 1980s. Utah and Colorado both had an antler point restriction on deer. It was tried for a few years. And what they found with deer was that if you killed the top age class bucks, the 3-year-old and older bucks, they suppressed the buck to doe ratio down to dangerous levels where we weren't getting reproduction in the herd, because what they found is that deer die off. The 1 to 2-year-olds die off, have a high mortality rate just naturally. So that was the reason those antler point restrictions went away, and Colorado stayed with the antler point restriction on elk. Now, there's no studies to show one way or the other, no data, one direction or the other, that says if elk are going to follow the same pattern as deer or not in that regard. But that was the concern that Brock had and the concern that Dax had. Am I correct about that, Dax?
Yeah, that was part of it. With deer, we see a much higher mortality rate in yearling bucks. And so the idea to save yearling bucks in deer is kind of a waste of the resource, because our data indicates that half of our yearling bucks die between 1.5 and 2.5, and that doesn't include harvest mortality. We don't have as much data on that in elk, and it appears that survival rates are probably better for yearling elk. So.
Okay, and that was, I just wanted you guys, if I was talking about this, I wanted you to have both sides of the argument to think about, not just mine. So you've heard my side of the argument. I think the decades that Colorado's been doing it, they like it. CPW likes it. The people in Colorado are really happy with it. It's very popular. I think it can be workable here. But ultimately, it's not up to me, but it is something I wanted to bring up in this RAC because it was such a close thing in the committee. The stuff that was really close in the committee, I thought should be vetted a little bit more. And I'm not trying to go undercut the plan. I really think the plan is good. I really support the plan as a whole. We've done a lot of work, and I'm proud of a lot of the work we've done in there. It's really a cool thing, and the public is ready for it. And this, ultimately, whether we do a restriction on that second season or not, whether it's a weapons restriction or antler point or whatever, biologically, we've seen enough data in the committee to know that biologically it's not going to make a difference. It's going to be a public perception and what we see as going forward, and, you know, how people see the hunt and how they view it.
I would just say where we're at, it just kind of seems to happen naturally. The people that are buying any bull tags want to kill a bigger bull. They're not buying any bull tag just to kill any bull. So it's just kind of naturally happening anyway that they're wanting to kill branch antler bulls or bigger bulls. The ones that want to kill any bull are going to buy it. I mean, literally any bull will buy a spike tag. That's been.
I would say that might be true for people from Utah or in Utah, but I think that people moving into Utah, I know people that would be happy with a 2-year-old bull.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the any bull, at least in our region, the any bull tag is extremely hard. It is not, if you're wanting to put meat in the freezer, it is not the hunt to do. It takes a lot of work. And so anyway, I think that's my opinion, is that it's naturally happening anyway. That
I
without
think
a
you're right
designation.
for the most part. I think it's going to be the highest percentage. I do know, and this is just an anecdote, I have family members that want to go for the any bull tag because they literally hate the idea of being restricted on which bull they can take. They'll take a spike as quick on the any bull hunt as they would otherwise, but they hate the fact that they have to be restricted. And it's a weird dichotomy, and I know it's probably rare, but it does happen. Probably. You didn't hear that from me. I hope they ain't watching, no. No, it's good. No, it's all right.
So Kent, just clarification for me, because I guess all the time I've kind of had this in my mind as I've listened to some of the other comments. What the committee discussed was an antler restriction only on the second hunt, not on the first hunt, or on both of them?
Correct. Second hunt only is the only one we even discussed it.
Okay.
We never discussed it on the first hunt, never discussed it for archery or muzzleloader or the first season.
I'll ask a question. So if we make a motion on the general season elk count, how do we break out a specific if we want to do something like that? You understand my question?
Yeah, if you just have something specific that you want to address, feel free to just make a motion on that specific thing. You just state it, like if you wanted to make a motion on the early archery hunt, then you make your motion how you'd like to see that, and then we'll just address things as we go.
Are we to that point now? Is that what you're suggesting? Yes.
If there's no further discussion, we're the point of making motions.
Okay, well, probably not a surprise here, but I would make a motion to add those extra days for the general season to the back end of the general season and still allow 7 days for the limited entry only on spike units.
I'm writing this down. I'm going to try and get this right, Darren, okay? Give me just a second. I want to make sure we get it right.
Are there 4 extra days? How many?
I think you said 4, right? The 4 extra days. Okay, so your motion is to add 4 days to the back end of the archery, the general season archery on the spike units only. And we don't need to add any more to that. We can just state it that way for the record as simply as possible. Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Darren, second by Charles. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll do this roll call. Steve? Why do you have to be first, right? Yes?
Turn on your mic.
Turn it on.
Yes.
Darren?
Yes.
Dana?
Yes.
Sunshine?
Yes.
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Oh, and we have Joe. What's your vote online? Sorry.
Yes.
And Joe votes yes. That does make it unanimous.
Just a quick
Okay.
point of clarification. So to add 4 additional days to the general season archery spike elk season. Okay.
That's the motion, correct?
On the back end, yep.
On the
So
back end of it.
Run 4 days longer, okay.
Yeah.
And we have there's a little bit of overlap between some of the stuff that's in the elk plan and some of the stuff that will come up in the buck and bull season date recommendations. So I think we can figure that out, but
Okay.
there is kind of some overlap because we are talking season structure in the elk plan, and then we make season date recommendations too coming up. So I think we're fine, but just
Okay.
help me
So-
not to forget that. when
So
we
we'll
talk
have to
about
just remember that when we talk about the season dates and, okay. All right.
I'd
Any
like
other?
to make a motion that we have a 3-year review of the plan.
Can I make an amendment to that to add a 6-year review?
And get rid of the 5?
No, yes. So instead of a 5, basically divide it into thirds. I'll second that.
Okay, the motion is to divide the review into 3, 6, and 9. Would it be necessary to have that third, or could it be a 3 and 6?
I would
It's a
say just
10-year
3 and
plan.
6, yeah, 3 and 6, 3, 6, and 10.
Okay, so the motion is to have 3-year and 6-year review of the elk plan. Motion by Sunshine, seconded by Eric. Any discussion on the motion?
Do you have any heartburn with that, Dax?
Well, I was just going to mention, like what Dax had said, and also what we talked about is the plan is to be adaptive and to make adjustments. I do think we'll be looking at it. They're going to be collecting data. I am nervous about changes, but I also know how hard it is to plan. They have a lot of species. So I'm very open to supporting the 5 and the 10 because I trust our RAC process. So I just kind of wanted to bring that back up, that I do think we'll be monitoring if we see a crash, we're going to address it in year 1. But I am sensitive to the idea, though, that we can't change. So I don't know.
I trust them too, but past history has too many times we've been told that we can't do anything because the plans doesn't open for a certain time. And so
Dax?
You know what? I think we'll roll with, you know, however it comes out. I do just have that little bit of fear that maybe it takes 3 years for us to kind of find our groove and stuff to get going. And that's why we proposed 5. But I understand, you know, where where Eric's coming from. And we'll do our best to work with it however you recommend it. But there is a reason we wanted to wait 5. But the truth is too, in the past, a lot of times we did statewide species management plans that were only 5-year plans or 7-year plans. So 10 years is longer than we've done in the past. So I'm a little torn on there, but we'll do our best to make it work with whatever.
And that was discussed in the committee. Division brought that up in the committee and discussed it. And the reason for wanting to go to a 10-year plan was that it's kind of like driving your car. You steer down the road, not looking at the dotted lines in the middle. So you're kind of get a linear thing. And so that was the reason the division, you know, is that correct, Dax? That's what you guys wanted when you brought that up in the committee was, you know, trying to steer down the road more and see how that worked. Am I representing that correctly?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Okay, again, we'll go roll call. Steve?
No.
Darren?
Yes.
Dana?
No.
Sunshine?
Yes.
Eric?
yes.
Charles?
No.
Scoot? No. Kirk?
No.
Brad?
Yes.
Joe?
No.
Joe voted no?
No.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Motion fails 6-4.
Can I bring up a little discussion on the hunter's choice, but also in the other seasons too? If, let's say you've got a general buck tag and a doe tag, a cow tag, well, how does the RAC feel on getting rid of that kind of thing? For me, I feel like if I do have a cow tag, I'm more likely to buy a spike tag, which ends up being more revenue into the DWR. And if I were to take that cow earlier in the season when I'm already spike hunting, it takes pressure off of that later season, which gets to the hunter pressure issue that we talk about a lot.
You want to speak to that again, Dax?
I think I can answer part of that. I mean, I'm not against it for this reason. And Dax explained it really well when he come and met with our fulfillment committee. Used to be that our elk herd, we were over objective on a lot of areas, and that offered a lot of opportunity to help take those numbers down. Our elk herd's not at that point anymore. The other thing that happens, they put these season dates on cow tags to target specific areas, to take care of utilization, overutilization in areas. And if we have that to where you can hunt them anytime, we're taking potentially animals that we don't want to target. And so the specific season dates help target specific animals.
That's a great answer, Eric. I feel so lucky. I was a passionate big game hunter. I went to school at Utah State, and I wanted to do a master's program. And I got a master's project working on deseret land and livestock, that big CWMU, that big ranch in northern Utah. And my whole master's project was focused on how we could use strategic hunting pressure to influence elk distribution, to alleviate conflicts and improve utilization of the winter range specifically. And it was I feel super lucky. It was like a dream come true to be able to work with elk on Deseret for a guy who was kind of a big game nerd. And throughout my career, I've been able to utilize that and a lot of the other research that we looked at, what we learned there. And as mentioned earlier, as a hunter, if I just have on the camo ball cap, I like the flexibility. And there was a time when we had a lot of elk populations that were above objective, and we really were just scrambling, trying to figure out ways to harvest elk. I think we've kind of graduated from that phase. We've stabilized a lot of these elk populations and found that if we can, and our intention with this elk plan is to maybe keep these elk guessing a little bit. And, maybe instead of having the exact same cow hunts in the exact same areas every single year, to mix things up a little bit and try to avoid some of these situations where we have a lot of elk moving to places where they're not accessible. And in order to really effectively do that, we have to take some flexibility away from antlerless elk hunters. So, and I can see both sides of it. And as a manager, that's where this recommendation is coming from. As a sportsman, a little bit inside of me, I'm like, oh man, I really liked that. But as someone who manages elk populations and is sensitive to that distribution, that's why we're recommending it.
Okay, is there an opportunity to reinitiate that tool in areas where we're above objective or we have an older cow class that's not producing anymore?
Well, I would imagine the division might want to do that, and I think Dax wants to speak to it. But if I may, I'd like to comment on that just for a second, Dax. I think a lot of us have gotten to the point where and I'm guilty of this, I look at it too as a sportsman. I look at the antlerless tag, well, this is an opportunity hunt. But the antlerless hunts are not opportunity hunts. They are population control hunts. They're there to control the population or to redistribute the population or manage them, move them somewhere. So I think we need to remember that as we go forward with this. Remember that that's what antlerless hunts are for. They're not, so hey, look, we can create some more opportunity that has the side effect of creating a little bit more opportunity for us, but that's not the intent. Okay, sorry, Dax, go ahead.
Oh, I've taken enough of your time. I don't mean to keep getting up and talk. I'm happy to answer questions, but I don't want to take a bunch of your time. But I think moving forward, the intent would be, if we need more antlerless harvest in an area, we'd recommend more, through the draw process, we'd recommend more antlerless elk permits on it. We do still have the control permits as a potential tool. We don't use the control permits on a lot of units. That's one of those things where we created a lot of tools, put them in the tool bag, and we tried them out. And on some units, to be honest, the control permits maybe backfired on us a little bit by just changing elk distribution, where it was those control permits, if you remember, where if you had any other tag, you could purchase a control permit and then harvest the antlerless elk during your control permit season. And there's still a few units where we have those, but we've moved away from them on a lot of units too, because it ended up being too much pressure, and it kind of backfired on us and didn't work as well. So in the future, I think we just would specifically recommend antlerless permits for the areas where we need to harvest.
Those were considered the blue light special.
Yeah, there were some issues.
Any other motions?
So I've got myself confused here. So with what SFW was recommending to not make a change to what currently, is that a motion or not? I guess help me understand that.
We may need to make that motion and vote on it. They've made that as a proposal. We'll need to.
And I guess, is this the right time to do it general season?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
general season.
So my motion would be to leave the general season archery hunt as is, where you can harvest either a spike or a cow, or I guess an any bull or a cow.
Okay, so your motion is to leave general season archery either sex on all units. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Darren, second by Charles. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. Steve?
No.
Darren?
Yes.
Dana,
No.
Sunshine,
No.
Eric,
Yes.
Charles,
Yes.
Scoot,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Brad,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
motion passes 7-3. Like to ask the three that voted no, could you elaborate on why you voted no? They're going to ask me that at the board meeting.
I think, I guess my bias is the amount of work that's been put in and the ability for the division to try and be as strategic and surgical with what they're doing. I guess I trust them and hope that, I guess that's my way I lean. Give them that opportunity to really monitor it closer.
Okay.
I was similar. I thought it was important to let the division have more tools, more flexibility. And if you did want to hunt both, you can buy both tags. So the opportunity was there.
I guess I feel like you should decide what you want to hunt, antlerless or not, or both, and you make that decision. And I think it hurts the ability to manage the population if you just get to decide why you're out on the mountain.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, do we have any further motions?
I'll make a motion that on the any bull units, the multi-season tag holders are restricted from hunting the second rifle season.
Restricted from or restricted to hunt that second?
Restricted from.
Which season, the second season?
The second season.
Later one?
Okay, so the motion is to restrict multi-season permit holders from hunting in the second any legal weapon season that would be the over-the-counter hunt. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have motion by Eric, seconded by Joe. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I have a comment on that. It's unlimited, so as many people as want can buy that, right?
That's
So
correct.
this, to me, the motion just seems like you're anti-multi-season, or the motion would be anti-multi-season hunter.
My only comment, oh, sorry, you'll probably address the same thing too.
Well,
Is,
the reason that I made the motion, I feel like that second season hunt is going to be so difficult anyway, and we don't know how many people are actually going to be in it. It could be 1,000, it could be 50,000. To put another 7,500 in there that have already had opportunity to hunt all of the other hunts that you look at the spike hunt, they only get to hunt, the same hunts. We're not adding that second season for them to hunt. I just feel like limiting them from being there kind of helps those people that choose or have no choice but to take that second season to alleviate a little bit of that pressure.
my only comment is that I mean, I'm thinking if I held that tag, that would be the 7 days I tried not to hunt, no matter what. And I think that that it's maybe overcomplicating it.
Any more discussion? No, I will call for a vote. Steve?
No.
Darren?
No.
Dana?
No.
Sunshine?
No.
Eric,
Yes.
Charles,
No.
Scoot,
I almost want to say yes now. No.
Kirk,
No.
Brad,
No.
Joe,
Yes.
motion fails 8-2. Any other motions?
Well, we discussed it here about setting like a point restriction on antlers. I guess, I feel like we've spent enough time here tonight. I'd hate to leave without, I guess, verifying that. So I'll make a motion that on the unlimited second, the late season, that we do a 4-point antler restriction. I just want to make sure we get this decision, conversation settled. So that's mine.
Okay, so your motion is to have a 4-point or better antler point restriction on the second season?
Yes, to be similar to Colorado, since we're
So,
adjacent.
okay, mirror Colorado's restriction?
Yes.
Okay. So for clarification, Colorado's restriction is 4-point or better, or at least one brow tine. If it has a brow tine, it counts as a 4-point.
That's what I'd like the motion to be, to have it be similar. So thanks.
Okay.
And to confirm, this is only for the second late unlimited season. No other season.
That's correct.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
What's your brown time wording exactly? It's 4-point
Just-
or better?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Eric. We have a motion by Dana, second by Eric. Any discussion on the motion? If not, I'll start the vote. Steve,
No.
Darren,
Yes.
Dana,
Yes.
Sunshine,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Charles,
Yes.
Scoot,
I'll say yes, because I want Kevin and the boys to have to talk about it.
Kirk,
Yes.
Brad,
Yes.
Joe.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-1. You vote no on everything tonight, Steve.
I have been. I've been pretty consistent. It's been pretty good. I really didn't feel that strong about it, to be honest with you. I kind of felt like it was just a moot point, maybe a bit of a struggle for our law enforcement, maybe add a little different pressure to them that's unneeded. But I don't feel that strong about it.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Can I make a motion to accept the new units, new general units that are being proposed?
Just that or anything else in the remaining
Yeah,
of the plan?
that's all I can really think of that's left on general unit.
Well, if you want to, you'd want to, probably want to word that, if I may. I would, okay, just a moment.
I'm trying to.
I think that's what Colorado's is 5 inches, if I remember right, but I think it's a brow tine, as long as it has a measurable brow tine on one side. I think that's what it is. We can look that up. Is that something we want to have right now, Dax, or should we?
I got it. I just needed the motion. I wanted to make sure I captured what the motion was.
I think if the motion is just a point restriction that, mirrors Colorado's, we can get the exact
Okay, we can
details
do the
on it.
verbiage.
And we talked about that
Yeah,
and even looked at the specific definitions and stuff in the committee. So we have that.
okay. Okay, so for your motion, if you just want to finish it out, I would suggest making the motion to accept the remainder of the recommendations as presented.
Hang on, before we do that,
Yeah, if that's what you want to do.
just to clarify, we still have all of the limited entry stuff to deal with.
Yeah, general season stuff.
So your motion is just the remainder of the general season stuff, okay?
Yeah, just the remainder of the general season stuff. And I guess my thought process was all we really have left are the new units. So I'll make a motion to accept the remainder of the general unit changes or proposals within the new elk plan.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the remainder of the general season portion of the new elk plan by Charles, seconded by Sunshine.
Just to confirm, a vote yes here would indicate we're not doing anything with Ponsagon.
Or mandatory.
We haven't addressed Ponsagon in motion at all yet.
But if we vote yes for this.
If we vote yes to this, you're voting the recommendations on the Ponsagon stay as is.
And the mandatory tooth data.
There
No,
is
that would be
mandatory
limited
tooth
entry.
data.
Oh,
That would be limited
okay.
entry stuff. So we have the motion on the floor by Charles, seconded by Sunshine. And now do we have discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I just feel like one of the premier deer hunts in the state, there is some concern there. I feel like that does need to be looked at, or I know if I put in 20 years plus or whatever and drew that tag, and I don't know what you do with it.
Well, we did have some discussion on options with that. If the RAC wants to entertain further motions, that's great. If not, we do have a motion on the floor. We have to act upon that motion, or you can withdraw it if you want.
I don't want to withdraw it.
Is there any further discussion on the motion?
We can vote. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, then we still have options to make other motions.
Any more discussion? Here we go. Steve,
Yes.
Darren,
No.
Dana,
Yes.
Sunshine,
Yes.
Eric,
No.
Charles,
Yes.
Scoot,
Yes.
Kirk,
No.
Brad,
No.
Joe,
Yes.
my motion carries 6-4. Now, we'll go through a little bit. I want to, those that voted no on the motion, start with Darren. Your reasoning?
Yeah, I guess same as what I alluded to, just limited entry, one of the prize hunts in Utah, and we're now putting a lot of pressure on there, perceived pressure of unlimited.
Yeah, and for me, it's the same. Just, I think it would complicate things a little bit, but if we just pushed all those after the deer hunt and still make it over the counter, that'd be fine with me, but just have it after.
Okay.
I'm on the same
Pretty much
page.
same thing. Yeah.
Same thing, yeah.
And Brad?
Just the same issues that's already been mentioned.
Okay, so all of you have the same, just concerns over the limited entry impact of the deer hunt. Okay.
And I voted yes, but I do think that's a valid concern. So hopefully Wildlife Board can talk about it.
Okay. Well, I think they will. It's been brought up, it's discussed, and the concerns, I asked those questions because the board will want to know, and I will bring up the concerns in the board meeting. I'll make sure that's voiced. All right, moving on to limited entry elk. Any discussion on the limited entry part of the elk plan?
I'll just get this out of the way real quick. All the things that we've done to address point creep are genius. And I mean, there's some really well thought out plans. It's still not even anywhere near enough. I was talking to earlier, and we're driving towards a cliff at 60 miles an hour, and we slowed her down to 40 maybe. But we're still driving towards the cliff, and eventually it's not popular, but the only solution is to stop issuing points. And we have to honor points we've issued. And there's legal ramifications, and that's gonna be a pain in the butt, but it is going to have to happen. There's no other option. I mean, my kids, for the glory tags, they'll be, yeah, it won't be possible.
The solution is to quit getting people to put in.
Well,
Except for me and Lindy.
I'd like to have $1 for every time I heard somebody say that. I wouldn't have any money, I'm just saying. But it's true. It's a concern. Point creep's a concern, and there's a lot of things, and we can't get rid of it. We can't get rid of the fact that the lion's share of people are probably never going to see a limited entry elk tag in reality. But we can kind of do things to help that along, to help increase the odds that it might happen. And I think we've done that with the elk committee is to the best we could at this point in time. And going forward, there may be some tweaks and some things we find that can make it better. And that'll be addressed then, I'm sure. That's
Just point of discussion. We've made some pretty drastic changes, and only time will tell what comes of those. As far as point creep, it's not going to make a huge difference. We know that, but it helps. When it comes to quality, I think anybody that thinks that quality is not going to be decreased is insane. That being said, it's going to affect revenue in the form of some of these conservation tags. If the quality goes down, the value of those won't be as much. Your landowner CWMU tags, same thing. How much that quality is decreased by the changes, like I say, it remains to be seen. But we have to know that we're making that sacrifice in order to provide more opportunity, which I'm not against. I like the things that they're doing. But that's just something that I think we have to know and understand.
any other discussion?
We're going to talk about the change in the season dates in action item 7, correct? We don't have to do that right here.
No, we can talk about season dates later, correct, Dax? Season dates are later. We'll worry about that then.
If you're wanting to talk about the season dates there is, like I said, a little bit of
The
overlap. If you want to talk about, like the early rifle season dates or the archery limited entry season dates, this might be a good place to do that. We'll probably have to do it a little bit in both.
Okay. Yeah, anything you want to
Dax,
discuss?
while
Charles?
you're up here, One question. As we go through to the technology part and we talk about the restrictive weapons, in the plan, you talk about, and in your presentation, you talk about future opportunities and tools to be able to use those hunts. There's nothing in the plan that defines anything there. Do we need to put something in there, some verbiage that legally allows you to implement new or other hunts, or is that something that can just happen?
So and maybe we need to look at specific areas in the plan, but I tried to in the plan, especially in kind of the adaptive opportunity hunts part where, kind of some of these outside the box ideas, like maybe we call just for an example, maybe we call a September hunt in the high Uintas wilderness or something as a limited entry hunt on a general season unit. We have some of these ideas in the plan where we could recommend these adaptive opportunity limited entry hunts. I tried to keep the language in the plan flexible. Anywhere it referred to hams, I put hams or restricted weapon hunt types. And so I think the door's open there to where, depending on what comes through with the restricted weapon types, we'd have the ability. Obviously, if we're going to recommend any of those types of hunts, it would come through the fall rack cycle, and we would say, okay, we're recommending this hunt in this area with this weapon type. And so I think we have the flexibility there to do that. Does that answer your question, Eric, or am I?
Yeah, I just want to make certain that we're not handcuffing ourselves to where to implement some of this stuff, we have to open the plan back up.
So if you're looking to, really make some bigger changes, like completely change, what the limited entry archery elk hunt equipment allows or something, then we would probably need to put some language in the plan. It kind of turns into the circle chicken and egg thing on some of this stuff. Our weapons definitions are in the taking big game rule, where we define legal weapons, and we have, for example, on muzzle loaders, we have kind of our less restricted version of muzzle loaders, and then we have within the hams weapon definition, and what we're proposing is to have kind of a hams/restricted muzzleloader definition. So if we want to make some new weapon types or recommend additional designations of weapon types, that's something we probably do during the technology portion. I think we have the flexibility we need for the most part within the elk plan already. That was what I tried to do when I tried to take what we discussed in the committee and wrote it up in the elk plan, but I could have missed something too. If you have a specific area you want to look at, we can do that.
No, nothing specific. I just, like I say, I just wanted to make certain that if we pass some of these restrictive weapons, that the division has the ability to implement some of these other tools, essentially, without having to go back through and open up the plan.
I think we have that flexibility. If you want to add a blurb to the plan that really clarifies that, that might be something you want to do, saying that in the future, we may substitute weapon types for a restricted weapon type on a hunt, and that it would come through the fall rack process. If you want to insert a blurb that says something really clear like that in the plan, I don't know that we're opposed to that. I think if we want to make sure we leave that door open for us. Again, any change like that, though, would still come through the fall, rack process when we determine season dates and weapon types and, which hunts we're having or not having.
Yeah, I'm not looking to try and change things. I just want to confirm. There was some discussion about whether we could legally implement those things without opening the plan up. And I just want to make sure that the way it's written is not handcuffing us, so to speak.
And I give you permission, if I answer you next year, well, we'll have to wait till the plan's open again. You can throw something at me.
So on my season dates, action item 7 or whatever, 5, wherever we want to do it, concern I have with the shortened early rifle season is for hunters that are unable to take time off during the week due to other basically work and other requirements they have to be at. It would be nice to see it be at least 2 weekends. That way we can open it up for those folks that will really see a shortening in that season.
if you draw a limited entry elk tag and you don't take the week off, you got bigger problems than that.
I'll second what Eric said.
I would quit my job before I didn't take that week off.
Yeah, so although that's a great way to think, it's just not the case. Not everybody's able to do that.
I do worry about when you limit the days that people might go out when the roads are bad or it's muddier or, and just kind of tearing up the roads more because they only have so many days. So they're going to go out and.
I would say too, I have to remind myself that we're trying to represent other people too. I mean, we make this kind of all about us, but we're representing people that are from our community. I had people that told me that maybe this points to who I hang out with, but they said that 5-day hunt would be a 4-day hunt for me because I would not be hunting on Sunday. And I heard that repeatedly. So that would end up being a 4-day hunt for some people. So, and that's a whole nother ball of wax, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly joking. I don't like it, but it's all, we can't have our cake and eat it too. Like I like the positives more than the negatives, and the negatives are there. And I also think if you looked at that hunt, and I think maybe you had them, the percentage that's killed within 3 days is very high. I mean, you're killing and you're shooting, even if the road's muddy, there's people shooting 800 yards and, they're bugling and you're killing pretty quick. One unrelated comment, maybe it'll turn into a question. When we're allocating these limited entry tags, and you talked about on the video, we have such a percentage as archery that apply for the tags and such a percent as muzzleloader that apply for the tags. And so then we're allocating tags based on that. But we might want to also think about not 100%, but take into the equation the percent of the resource that's actually been taken off of the landscape by each of those individuals. You see what I'm saying? So not just we're giving 20% of the applicants are applying for archery, so we give 20% of the tags there, but they're not taking 20% of the resource. They're taking a much smaller percent of the resource. So maybe somewhere in the middle there when we're doing that in the future. That's beyond the scope here, but just something that I was thinking about that would also help move people through the system.
Well, to be clear, they're already doing that. 15% of the hunters are archery and 25% of the tags are allocated for archery.
And then what percent of the resource do archers take?
I do not know that.
Success rate
I'm
on
just
limited
telling us.
entry archery is around 40% statewide. Success rate on rifle hunt, the early rifle hunt is anywhere from around 80 to 100%.
Those are success rates, but so then you got to take into account how many tags we're throwing out at too, to make it apples to apples to actually where are the resources being taken off of the landscape percentage wise. So
the rifle hunt.
Yeah,
So.
it would just be interesting to see, because even with 25% more tags, are they still only taking 10% of the elk?
So I have a comment goes along with that. I know that a lot of times we hear from the rifle hunters and the muzzleloader hunters that we cater to the bow hunters. Troy said it really well. We're not necessarily catering to the bow hunters. We're looking at giving opportunity without completely wiping out a herd. And so the bow hunt is obviously the least successful hunt that we have. So there's opportunity to provide, we have the ability to provide more opportunity there without taking all the animals off the landscape. But right now, the way we have the allocations, if we increase tags, we don't have the ability to just increase to an archery hunt. We're pretty much stuck with a percentage. I don't know if there's a way that we could change that verbiage that gives the division a little more leeway to, because one of the things that I think there's a possibility of, right now we have the proposal is for a 28-day archery season. I think that there's opportunity if we, and I know this was discussed quite a bit in the committee, and they didn't vote that way, but I think that there's opportunity to split that archery season into 2 hunts. The way it is right now, we can't really increase opportunity because of the way it's the tags are allocated. But if we could split that hunt, there's a possibility to increase archery tags, provide more opportunity at a very low success rate, particularly on that early archery hunt. And very possibly people could draw that hunt with very few points if they're willing to take that early, tough archery hunt. But the way the allocations are right now, if we increase tags, certain percentages has to go to the other weapon types. I don't know if there's a way that we could change that to give the division a little more leeway. I don't know. That's just something that I think there's some opportunity there that we might be missing out on.
I was going to say, since we're talking about archery, did we want to discuss the idea of the December archery hunt being archery or like restricted weapons, or no comments there? We're all good?
You want to make a motion?
I was just wondering. I'm not ready to make a motion yet. I just didn't hear any discussion on it, so.
We need to move along. We're running, but I don't want to leave something unsaid, so I'll give you a brief overview of what went on and the reasons on both sides. The recommendation come out of the committee for that to be an archery hunt. It was discussed a lot back and forth. Ultimately, there was no real consensus on it. The reason on the one side was the possibility of issuing a lot of tags for it. But again, Eric's point, and I believe, someone from the division can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the tag allocation is codified in state law. The percentage split, is that correct, Dax? And anyway, we do have that, isn't?
Sorry,
The tag allocation, the split up, the percentage, that's codified, right?
I don't think it is. Lindy, correct me if I'm wrong, but are you talking for like
Just the
resident,
split.
non-resident
If we
split?
decide we're having 100 elk tags, 25 of them go to archery.
We can decide that. That's not in code.
That's not codified,
Nope.
okay. Okay, so that's something, that's good to know. I thought maybe it was codified because it's just been adhered to so strictly. So the idea was to be able to split up, and the dream going forward was, okay, we're going to offer a whole bunch of tags in this hunt at some point. But in the plan, it states it's 1% or 5 tags, whichever is higher. So in order to change that, the plan's going to have to be opened anyway. So at least the way I read the plan, the plan would have to be opened in order to change that amount.
I think if I remember right, it says in the plan that that's where we would start, and then if we had low success rates, we could add additional permits.
That's correct. I'm reading the plan right now.
Okay.
So comment.
Further on that, the side, those of us that thought we should make it a hams hunt, we looked at hunter success rates And the success rates were low enough with a hams hunt that the difference in the bulls taken would be insignificant. At least at that starting level, it would be insignificant. And then there was also concern about, there was some, and people that approached me when I told them about stuff, and then there was some on the committee, the concern was given more to archery, and it's coming at the expense of everybody else. And that, again, that's probably largely a perception, but for a lot of people, perception is reality. And that's something we might want to consider as well. But that's the gist of the discussion and everything that went on with it. So I don't know that we need to belabor that point anymore. That's both sides of it. So if you went hams and it stayed hams definition the way it is, that hunt would not be able to have more tags in the future, per se. If you went with archery, as it is now, there's opportunity in the future to have expanded more tags.
Yeah, and just to be clear, like the plan does say it's archery or restricted weapon for that, and then the other choice, then, so I think the plan does already offer some flexibility. So, okay.
So for me, this is one of those that we've got the cart before the horse, because I like the idea of changing that to a hams hunt, but not at the current weapon definition. If the new restrictive weapons passes for muzzleloaders, I could get behind that idea a lot better. But I mean, our hams success rate currently is statewide was roughly 55%. And so I don't know, after hearing that high up a success rate on our current hams hunt, unless that, we'd have to put a caveat in there somewhere, for me at least, in that proposal that it was based on the restrictive weapon portion in the technology portion passing.
Well,
Are you ready for a motion?
Yeah, can I give the RAC a little bit of direction on that here? With that part of it, that December hunt, perhaps a motion to change that verbiage to allow either or a restrictive weapons or archery at the discretion of the division and the local biologist. And that would also be to go through the fall RAC process every year with the permit numbers and stuff anyway. That might be a way to solve it without having to sit here and beat it up too awful long.
That's how it's written now. And we're recommending it as
Okay.
archery hunts this year, but it's written with the ability to be an archery or a restricted
Okay.
weapon hunt.
Yeah, that's right.
And so that is how
That
it's
changed
now.
when you wrote out the plan. I forgot.
Yeah.
I was still reading my notes from the committee this morning. So.
And I took some liberties when I wrote the plan to give us the option to be able to use restricted weapons in the future. I felt like the committee was on board with that, and that if we were going to do it, we would recommend it take it through the process.
My apologies. I remember reading that when you sent that out now, but I was going over my notes from the committee this morning.
I'm assuming that the restrictive weapons will pass in some manner, but I don't know that. If it doesn't, obviously, modern muzzleloaders is not a restrictive weapon. So how does that
we'd
work?
leave it as an archery hunt, probably.
Okay.
So Kent, are you ready for a motion?
Yes, let's.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve the rest, that we would approve the limited entry strategies as written from the Division of Wildlife.
Do we have a motion to pass the remainder of the division's recommendations for limited entry in the plan as presented?
I would like to, before we go there, I have a motion that I think is very needed.
Okay, hold on to your motion for a second. Then you're going to withdraw?
I can withdraw. I was just moving us along.
Okay.
So I'll withdraw for
Motion is
now.
withdrawn.
So with the limited entry, with the drastic changes that we're making, I feel that it is very necessary that we make the tooth return mandatory. We have the technology now to, I know that the division has had some concerns and some of them are valid. But I think we have the technology today to make that process simplified and eliminate a lot of those issues, a lot of those concerns. And I just, with the bigger changes as we're making, we need to have, and I don't know that we'll ever get 100%, but if we 60% getting returned and a portion of them not being able to be aged because of being broken or whatever, we're making a lot of decisions off of a small, just over half the data. I just feel like that is, so I want to make a motion that we make tooth return mandatory. We can work through the details. I know one of the issues was people saying, well, they didn't get their envelope in the mail, but there's easy ways around that. You send the envelope and the instructions with their permit. If they got the permit, they got the instructions. So anyway, that's my motion, to make tooth return mandatory on all limited entry hunts.
Second the motion.
Got a motion by Eric, seconded by Brad. Any discussion on the motion?
A few years ago, I killed a buck on a limited entry unit, and the capped off skull was taken out of the back of my truck by a dog or something. And I was literally looking for somebody else's teeth to turn in until I realized I didn't have to.
And I had this same discussion. I know there's things that happen, but if there's no repercussion for not doing it, if there was a repercussion for you to do that, you might not have left it in the back of your truck. If there's a repercussion for not doing things, you're not, you'll make the necessary adjustments and take care of what you need to get it done. If there's no repercussion, oh well.
We can fine tune that a little bit allow for a little bit of error or whatever, but as far as the motion as a whole, I think it's good, so.
If there's no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. Steve?
Yes.
Darren?
Yes.
Dana?
No.
Sunshine?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Charles?
No.
Scoot?
Against my anecdotal story, yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Brad?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
He said yes. Motion carries 8-2. Dana and Charles, do you want to elaborate?
Sure. I think, I definitely support the need to get all the data, and I do like mandatory in theory, but when you apply it, I really felt like the division's concerns are very valid. And I also think they are getting good participation, and there might be other ways to increase participation, whether it's sending the envelope with your permit or more public outreach on the value of this data. I mean, this data is so valuable to other hunters that I guess I was supporting kind of the division, and let's maybe take a couple other public outreach approaches before we make it mandatory. I think it will be a difficult management.
Okay, Charles?
Yeah, just things happen, and to make that mandatory and then to punish somebody for some things that might be out of their control or might just be you know, you just killed the biggest bull of your life and you're not thinking about the tooth. And to punish somebody about that it just doesn't seem right to me.
Okay. So you just wouldn't want somebody punished for an honest mistake, correct? Trying to paraphrase that. Okay. Any further motions?
Can I do my motion now? Let's, I want to make a motion to accept the rest of the limited entry strategies as proposed.
We have a motion by Dana to approve the remainder of the elk plan.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Sunshine. Any discussion on the motion? If not, I'll call for a vote. Steve?
Yes.
Darren?
Yes.
Dana?
Yes.
Sunshine?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Scoot?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Brad?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. And that's the elk plan. I think we'll take a 5-minute break. Make it 5 minutes. We got a lot left to do.
If anyone needs to spend
All right, we're back from our break. We'll start with our next action item, the 2023-24 once-in-a-lifetime hunt season dates.
Okay, hopefully everyone had a chance to watch the presentation. Rusty Robinson is the once-in-a-lifetime program coordinator, but lucky him, he's on a whitetail hunt in Nebraska, so I told him I'd cover this for him. We do have one correction. After we made the recommendations and sent out the tables, it was brought to our attention that we had decided on calendar date closers for some of our bighorn hunts. And through this new process, we're using a new database to make our recommendations, and it adjusts the dates annually based on shifts in the calendar, and we missed that. And so we're recommending for those desert hunts, those desert bighorn sheep hunts, that they would end November 10th. And for those rocky hunts that are in this slide that we've got projected up here, that they would go till the 30th of November. With the calendar date corrections, it had bumped those closing dates up a day or two, depending on the year. And so that's the one correction to the recommendation. And other than that, I can take any questions or anything like that.
Questions from the RAC? Questions from the audience? Did we have any online comments?
Sorry, no online comments, but there was the poll. 5 people participated in this question. 60% strongly agreed, 40% somewhat agreed.
Okay, do we have any comments from the RAC? I asked, we didn't have any comments out of the audience, no comments cards on this. If there are no comments from the RAC, then I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the dates as proposed by the DWR.
Motion from Charles to accept season dates as presented.
I'll second that.
Steve, seconded by Steve. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Steve,
Yes.
Darren,
Yes.
Deanna,
Yes.
Sunshine,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Charles,
Yes.
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 Joe.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Moving right along. The 2022-23 big game hunting season dates.
Okay, Dax Banks again, big game coordinator. So these are the season dates for deer, elk, and pronghorn for the next couple years. As I mentioned in the presentation, we are recommending the dates for the next couple years. If there is a need to come back next fall, we will. If not, so many of these just don't change from year to year. So hopefully it can maybe streamline the process a little bit on some of these things. But if there is a need, we can come back. If anyone has any questions about anything in the presentation, I'm happy to answer those. And
So is this where we would need to make that adjustment for the proposal to adjust that
yes,
spike?
yeah, in my mind, if the RAC made a motion just to some effect, whatever motion they make, adding to that you would also recommend, adding, was it 4 additional days? 4 additional days to the general season archery spike season.
So right now, the limited entry, at least as part of the proposal, starts 4 days later and ends 4 days later, right? Does the spike one start 4 days later as well? Is that in conjunction?
We didn't change the spike season at all in the recommendation, kept it. I mean, the only adjustment was just for the calendar day. It's still a Saturday opener and runs the same number of days. So we didn't, the only adjustment was to the limited entry archery out.
So essentially currently, rather than having a week, those limited entry archery hunters would have 11 days.
Right.
Darren's proposal is to give that 4 days back to the general season people.
Yeah, so if this is the place to do it, I make a motion to include those 4 days.
We're in the question period. right
Sorry,
now.
sorry. Trying to move along.
I know. I blame you not one bit. But we do have to follow the proprieties.
Time-wise, we're in the motion.
Question, can we skip the question part, just go to the motions?
If you're done asking questions, then we can ask for questions from the audience. Any more questions from the RAC? Questions from the audience? Online comments?
Yeah, quite a bit, actually. So, let's see here. 11 people answered this question. 18% strongly agree, 27% somewhat agree, 18% neither agree or disagree, and 36% strongly disagree. The comments I have, several people said they agree with the proposal. I'd like to see the Spike Archery Hunters start on August 23rd, the same day as the LE Archery Bull Hunters. I'd like to recommend only allowing multi-season general bull hunters to be able to hunt the late season. That would help with crowding issues. Some said cut more tags, cut non-resident tags. Let's see. They don't like having the points only period for big game at the same time as the antlerless period. Then you need to cap the, I think the 4,500 multi-season spike elk permit limit is too high. Disagreed with adding a December archery limited elk hunt. And they have concerns dropping the limited elk hunt to 5 days.
Do we have any public comment cards on this one? Okay, comments from the RAC, discussion.
I brought this up before, but that 5-day limited entry early rifle season, would like to see that include another weekend in it for those that can't take work off during the week.
Kind of hard, we've already passed the other part of it. It's kind of hard to not go along with the season dates to match that at this point. That's kind of my thoughts.
Well, this is the season date area, so this is where we get to make that decision.
As I understand it, everything's stacked back to back to back. So where do you fit that in? That's the problem. I understand your concern, but I don't know how you fit it in without going back to how it was or changing other things.
So Charlie, you're talking about the 5-day hunt during the rut?
Yeah, the 5-day early rifle limited entry.
I think, I don't know how it's been explained. It sounds to me like it's a 5 kind of really nice days, and that's better than no days. So I guess I'd support the 5-day hunt and season dates.
Any other discussion?
I think it was important to think that most animals are killed within those first 5 days too. I think 3 to, yeah.
It's also worth pointing out that currently the muzzleloader hunt starts on a Wednesday, ends on a Thursday. Therefore, there's one weekend on the muzzleloader hunt.
I tend to agree with that and with the 5-day hunt. those who apply for that hunt are probably going to be making certain that they go. One way or the other, they're going to go. And if there are extenuating circumstances that come up and they can't go, then there's a process to turn their tag back in, and there is a process to get their points back if they have a valid reason.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I hear all the arguments. I just think that it's a good thing to bring up and talk about because it is going to affect some folks and it's going to be something that people do consider.
Any other discussion? If not, entertain a motion.
I make a motion to add the 4 days to the, as discussed previously, to the general season archery hunt on spike units.
Okay, we have a motion by Darren to add 4 days to the back end of the general season archery spike units. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Eric. Any discussion on the motion?
Just one question for Dax or for any of you guys on the committee. Was there any discussion about giving the spike hunters and cow hunters a 4-day jump on the limited entry archery hunters? Like the big bull hunters?
I don't remember if we
Having a
talked
blind sitting
about
by
it
every
that
water
much.
hole already?
I know what you're getting to, and I don't know that we talked about it that much, did we?
We talked about it
A
just a little
little
bit,
bit.
not a lot. Really, the primary focus was on those September days more so than those days in mid-August. I think that's where we spent most of our conversation, and it felt like that's where most of the demand was for the days. Folks would rather have the days in mid to late September than in mid-August. Elk hunters would anyways.
I think that's what we got back from the survey too, is that's what people wanted, was they wanted to be able to go further into the rut with the archery.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think there's quite a few of those hunters that like to catch those bulls early, and then having spike hunters and cow hunters get a jump on them could complicate that.
It could.
I agree that, I think it'd be better if we just started everybody all at once. Somebody's got something patterned really early in August. Sometimes they kill some really big bulls that time. It's a limited entry tag. Why not give them those 4 days too?
Any more discussion?
Yeah, so I guess my thought would be instead of just moving the spike hunt back to accommodate those 4 days, would be to add the 4 days. You're giving the archery hunters, you're already extending it into September. Let's just have it start when it started originally. I don't see any harm in that.
I think we already passed that in the plan though.
Yeah, that's what I'm struggling with here because
can't move
we've
that
already
now.
passed.
Same thing as the
elk
5-day
plan.
rifle hunt.
Well, the same motion that's on the table right now, we already passed in the plan as
Well,
well.
it was already passed in the elk plan portion too, the same motion. And we discussed it then, and then it was just, okay, we got to make this motion during the plan so we can do it during the season dates. This is like housekeeping right now, so we make the season dates match what we did in the elk plan.
Gotcha. Well, I guess we're discussing it, right? So the topic's being brought up and it can be talked
Yeah,
about. when
it can be
counts.
talked
Okay.
about at the board, and I'll make a note of bringing that up at the board meeting as well.
So there's a motion on the table.
There's motion. Do we have any further discussion on the motion? Everybody remember what the motion is?
Yeah, we're just trying to clean up what we did earlier, so yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what it is. And add 4 days to the general season
I'll
archery
second
spike.
the motion. Second the motion.
The motion's been seconded.
Oh, has it?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was a motion, then a discussion.
All right, if there's no further discussion, we'll go to a vote. Steve?
Yes. Oops, I turned it off. Yes.
Darren,
Yes.
Dana,
No.
Sunshine,
Yes.
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Charles,
Yes.
Yes.
Scoot,
Yes.
Yes. Joe?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-1. Dana?
I don't really have strong feelings. I just was trying to keep things simple on the original plan.
Okay. All right. Do we have any further motions?
Make a motion, we accept the remainder of the season date proposals as presented.
Second the motion.
Motion by Eric to accept the remainder of the division's proposals on season dates, seconded by Brad. Any discussion on the motion?
I think you made the comment, Kent, that there'll be some discussion about the other point Scoop brought up.
Yes, I
Okay.
made a point. I'll make that point in the board meeting. I'll bring it up.
Okay.
If there's no further discussion, we'll vote on the motion. Steve?
Yes.
Darren?
Yes.
Dana?
Yes.
Sunshine?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Scoot?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Brad?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Next, another fun one.
Thank you so much, you guys. Hopefully you're done with me for tonight. I hope so, but thank you so much. Very, very thoughtful,
Thanks.
great questions. A lot of change. Really appreciate you.
Thanks, Dax. All right, we have emerging technologies and weapons. And I guess you have a statement you want to read first, right?
Yes, I do. I have a couple of clarifications, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
First off, I am not Gabe Patterson, as it says on the agenda. I drew the short straw and got the RAC tour while he's in Colorado hunting, so I definitely lost on that. The first clarification, in the restricted weapons definitions, specifically the archery one, we wanted to clarify that that was not the recommendation of the technology committee. The technology committee made a recommendation to not have any further restrictions on archery equipment, as they felt it was restrictive enough, being archery. And then in further discussions within the DWR, we came with the recommendation for the archery restricted definition. But I just wanted to clarify that was not from the committee. And then the second thing is I have a statement I'd like to read. So over the past several weeks, including the discussions held during the other RAC meetings, the division has received a lot of feedback on the restricted weapons definitions agenda item. RAC and board members, technology committee members, public constituents, and others have asked for clarification on why the division only brought forth restricted weapons definitions at this time and what we plan to do with all of the other technology-related issues the committee discussed. In response to those questions and multiple questions for clarification, the division provides the following update. First off, we want to thank members of the Technology Committee again for their work throughout this process. You've helped us identify technology-related issues that need to be addressed in relation to how we hunt. We want to ensure that the principles of ethics and fair chase are maintained while providing for positive hunting experiences by the public. Doing so will help maintain public support for hunting, which is important to all of us. A full list of the technology-related recommendations wasn't brought forth during this RAC and board cycle because we are still in the process of reviewing all of the recommendations discussed by the committee. When changes to administrative rules are proposed, the division must consider 1, how it will be enforced, 2, the level of public support, 3, if it conflicts with other code, rule, or policy, and 4, potential unintended consequences of our decisions. These are important issues and we don't take them lightly. Some of the changes are complex. All of them have the potential to change how we use hunting as a management tool in our state. This requires a detailed analysis to understand all of the biological, social, and legal ramifications of the decisions we'll be asking the Wildlife Board to make. We intend to work through a full list of technology committee recommendations. With the help of the committee, we'll determine which tools and strategies can be supported, and then build comprehensive lists of recommendations for public input, RAC review, and board consideration for the April-May 2023 RAC and board cycle. This would include the items recommended by SFW during this RAC cycle and referenced in their letters to the RACs, as well as the other issues discussed by the committee. Our current proposal for restricted weapons definitions remains unchanged. These definitions could provide additional tools to help implement the statewide elk management plan that was previously presented. So with that, that's all I have for updates, so I'll take any questions that you may have.
I had a question. I just wanted to know, I was trying to figure it out, like what's electronic. So with the way it is now, a lighted sight pin would be allowed. Is that correct?
Yeah, the current definition, yes, lighted sight pins are allowed.
Okay, I just wanted to check on that. And then also an illuminated knock would also be allowed?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Derek, you were on the committee. You know, there was, as I look at the weapons restrictions, the one thing I don't see anything on is handguns, pistols. Was there any discussion about restrictive measures to, I mean, I know people that have, you know, a Thompson Center contender that very accurate out to 200-300 yards. I mean, shoot a 1-inch group at 100 yards with on a rest.
Yeah, on the committee, we didn't discuss handguns a whole lot as far as restrictions. We came up basically with the, you know, the muzzleloader, archery, and rifle, any weapon. The handgun definition that we're proposing is currently the HAMS definition for a handgun. So it's part of the reason for including it in this presentation was to make it into one recommendation. So we didn't have multiple definitions of muzzleloaders out, like 3 or 4 definitions for muzzleloaders, just to kind of consolidate it into one. But yeah, we didn't really discuss that in the committee about handguns, to be honest.
So I guess I'm ignorant to what the definition on the HAMS handgun is. What is that definition? Because does it restrict scopes? Does it restrict?
Yes.
Is
So it
there
can
a
only have
barrel length?
So this is the definition for handgun. It says, have only open sights or peep sights, be free of any electronic devices, have no more than a single barrel 15 inches or less in length, including the chamber, have a single rear hand grip without any form of a fixed, detachable, or collapsible stock, not have any apparatus or extension behind the rear grip capable of being used to steady the handgun against the body while firing, or a vertical foregrip, be no more than 24 inches in overall length. So it's still restricted because, you know, you can't have optics, which I think restricts it.
And that helps. I guess, is there something, maybe it's in there and I didn't see it, but I didn't see anything that mentioned that definition.
Yeah, that handgun was in the presentation that Gabe gave.
I just went over this and it looks like for shotguns, you have to have open sight, but there's nothing about rifle barrels in there. Was that discussed at all?
No, like I said, in the committee, we discussed basically the 3 main weapon types. The other definitions were already in the HAMS definition and we didn't touch those. So, you know, shotgun wasn't discussed.
Okay, I think just coming from an area where we'd have to hunt with shotguns because we were in the Midwest where we had too much population to hunt with rifles. You can get pretty accurate with a rifled shotgun. Might be something to consider.
Sorry, questions from the RAC? More? Questions from the audience?
I guess I do have one question.
Okay, go ahead. Scoot.
So if you're saying that in April and May, that's when these restrictions would come up again to come through the RAC process?
Correct.
And suppose those are passed at the subsequent wildlife board, would those then be in effect for that fall?
Some of them possibly could be, some of them that would, depending on what's printed in the proclamation, if it changes the type of the hunt, would have to possibly wait another year. It would all depend on what the recommendations are and what comes forth and what gets passed in April and May. So some could, some couldn't.
Gotcha. So if somebody puts in for a hunt because I mean, that's during the draw period, right?
Right.
So if somebody puts in for their hunt in March, intending that it's going to be a certain way that it is then, it would stay that way?
It would stay, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we'd come in and suddenly say, no, you have to use a shotgun now instead of a rifle, whatever it is, whatever the recommendation is.
Okay.
Why did the division decide to change that to be, I mean, the committee didn't recommend changing it to a traditional bow, so why did the division decide to do that as their proposal?
There was a lot of internal discussion and felt that since everything else was being restricted, that archery needed to have a restriction as well. And I guess that would be basically it. Keep it consistent across all weapon types.
Could you speak to drones? Seems like, wasn't there some information there about drones?
Yeah, in the committee, we talked about drones quite a bit, specifically for scouting purposes. And that was one of the recommendations. I'm sure you've seen the SFW's letter that was in there. And that was when we talked about, and as a committee unanimously felt in support of not allowing scouting with drones. But in speaking with, that's actually one that I've talked to our director's office about, is there are other implications and things that could happen with just flat out saying no scouting with drones. I mean, currently we do allow scouting with a helicopter or airplane, as long as it's 48 hours or whatever the hour length is before your hunt. And so there's a lot of other changes that have to be made. And so that's why we want to go through further, look at every one of these and see how it's going to affect all other rules and regulations before we come with recommendations. But there was great support from the committee for that.
Kevin, you got a question?
It's been a while, Kevin.
I know. How you doing, bud? Kevin Norman. Is this on? I'm looking for some clarification on your clarification. On the restricted archery, wasn't it the committee's recommendation that there was no electronic sights?
Yes, because you remember on the committee, we talked about definitions for even during the general season hunts and other seasons, not just restricted. And the definition from the committee for that was to have no electronics on bows, and they adopted that same definition for the restricted.
Okay. Yeah, you just said it was status quo, which under your recommendations, I just wanted to be clear on that.
Yeah, no electronics.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the audience? Okay, online comments?
Okay. Let's see here. We had 13 people answer this survey. 46% strongly agreed, 15% somewhat agreed, 15% neither agreed or disagreed, 7% somewhat disagreed, and 15% strongly disagreed. And you read some of the comments here. 5 people showed support for the recommendations. Here's some other additional comments. We really need a primitive muzzleloader hunt again. The hams hunt with the current restrictions is a new hunt, and they recommend that we wait a few more years before considering additional changes. They disagree with the recommendations recommendations to the muzzleloader and archery weapon changes. It'll lead to a higher number of wounded animals. Disagree with limiting muzzleloaders to one scope. One scope is actually demagnification from the human eye. They'd like to see a regulation in the muzzleloader that recommendation to make one-piece ramrod required to be stored along the side of the barrel. They do not think muzzleloaders should have scopes over 1 power. On the legal weapons, having a normal rifle with a 3x9 scope shouldn't be changed or restricted. And then the last comments, to provide at least 3 days of hunting before the modern muzzleloaders begin their hunts.
Okay, comment cards from the audience. Cash Stallings.
Hi, I guess you guys got to keep hearing from me because I'm like the only member of the public left. I would just like to say I was in support of the definitions as far as the restricted hunts go. Where my comments come from, a concern is this, is the other recommendations that are or are not coming out of the committee. That I know Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife sent out a letter to make clear with all the other work that the committee did. As a member of the public, I haven't got to see that letter yet, so I don't know what else is in there. But I do, in general, have concerns about government groups deciding for me what is sporting or what is hunting. I've heard it's like, these restrictions, this is great because we're putting the hunt back in hunting. I think it's pretty unfair for someone else to decide for me what I feel like hunting is for me or for my family or the traditions that I was raised with. I also think it's really interesting that a lot of the times this discussion goes right to bow hunters and muzzleloader hunters. They're like, bows are getting out of hand. Like someone can accurately shoot out to 60 yards. But when we talk about rifles shooting 1,000 yards, that's fine. We can do that. It seems very much like a double standard. And also it's interesting to me that we focus on bows and muzzleloaders so much when at least in the deer hunting world in Utah, that only represents 40% of the permits. And so you're restricting the minority group to try to make a change, to try to make it more sporting. The other thing is I think there's a misconception in Utah that if success rates go down, deer herds will improve, that we'll have more deer on the landscape because the success rates have decreased. The state manages for a buck to doe ratio. If the buck to doe ratio goes up, they'll just issue more permits. The herd is not going to increase unless you change how many animals you want on the landscape. That's not done through restrictions on how you get to hunt with your weapons. My last comment would be, again, kind of a double standard. I regularly see rifle hunters post videos on social media about their 1,000-yard kill. And even if you take away scopes that automatically range for you, that doesn't go away. Because anyone that knows how to run a dope and to set up a rifle can say, that animal's at 1,000 yards, I turn my dial to this, it's now ready to go. No electronics were involved in that decision. So again, if we're gonna make restrictions to supposedly make hunting better, then all groups should definitely be heavily considered and not just one. The only argument I can see in favor of restricting weapons for muzzleloaders is that if your muzzleloader now shoots like a rifle, should you get the same privileges of an earlier season and you're the only one out there? So I'm willing to consider that, but I definitely, so I have fears about what else is going to come out of technology committee, but I do support the definitions of the restricted weapon hunt.
Thank you. Kevin Norman.
Kevin Norman, representing SFW. I had the privilege of sitting on this technology committee, and it was quite diverse committee. When we first sat down, I wondered how he's going to come to agreements on anything. And the things that we came forward with were unanimous decisions. The main sentiment of the committee was not to take things away or anything like that. It was more to, it was kind of along the same lines as the elk committee. We wanted to look at things that increased opportunity while also maintaining or increasing quality. And that was kind of the standard we lived by. I think the main sentiment of the committee was to draw a line in the sand and say, okay, we've got to protect our resource. We have enough technology to be very effective. So let's draw the line in the sand now before we have to address these crazy things that everyone comes up with and all these future technologies to hunt with. And so with that being said, for whatever reason, the division didn't come forward with all these other recommendations that the committee came forth with, that in turn SFW brought forward. And hopefully everyone got a chance to read that letter. Sorry, it was kind of lengthy. But they were all recommendations that were, like I said, unanimous across the board from the committee. And what I would consider, they were no-brainer recommendations. The problem is if we put this off, it could become a battle. It could become an issue and a fight. For instance, we recommended the no electronics on scopes. You know, that is a new technology that is coming fast and furious. And it's $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 scopes that these guys are going to be buying, and hundreds of thousands of dollars that are going to be spent over the next year if we don't address this now. And I think it's a disservice to our sportsmen that go spend those dollars and then we turn around and take that away next year. It was a sentiment. We need to protect the resource and be good stewards of what we have. And I think the technology committee did an awesome job of that. And SFW supports those recommendations. The one tweak that SFW had was as far as the restricted archery. We felt, well, let me back up a little bit. During that committee, there was a guy that's very knowledgeable about the industry of archery, and he stated that only 3% of archery are traditional archers, or 3% of the archery community are traditional archers, and that kind of went against what we were trying to do, creating opportunity. We kind of figured that would limit opportunity if we went that extreme. That was the reason why the committee didn't go that extreme.
1 minute.
Right. So SFW's recommendation was to take it a little bit farther than the committee and say 5 fixed pin, no slider for the restricted archery portion of that. But other than that, hopefully you'd consider those other, those 10 items we sent, and I think they're worthwhile, and we owe it to our sportsmen to look at those heavily now instead of kicking the can down the road for another year. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Troy Justensen.
Troy Justensen, speaking on behalf of myself as a person that was an alternate on that committee. I view this a little differently, and this is once again the gospel according to Troy Justensen when it comes to technology. You know, my fear with the advancement of technology is not necessarily killing the last deer that's on the landscape, or the last elk, or the last moose, bison, whatever. My fear is this, is we put so much pressure on the top end and the quality. And so with today's technology, we're pretty damn good at killing the biggest stuff on the mountain every year. And my fear is that is a direct result in taking away opportunity. Because not only do we set permit numbers based upon scientific data and whatever, there's a lot of social stuff that comes into this. I've been going to these RACs for 25, 30 some odd years. And probably the biggest thing I hear when it comes to setting permit numbers is the quality's gone, cut permits. I'm getting tired of cutting permits. Because, you know, then that's quite honestly, that's what all this stuff is with the changes we made in the elk plan and in this technology stuff, is to put a few tools back in the toolbox so we can maintain that quality. That was my biggest fear on what we talked about on that late December elk hunt, keeping it archery versus going to the hams. With archery, in a sense, with 90% of the people, you have a 60-yard weapon. Getting close to elk or even a big bull, 60 yards in crunchy snow, good luck. If you go with even the restricted weapon type, and this gentleman pointed it out, the gun you want to be using is the shotgun, because with the rifled barrel on it, it's an effective 250-yard gun. So now you've changed it dramatically. And now I don't have to get that 60 yards. All I got to get is 250 yards. And so the whole idea of this is to find the least effective weapon that requires you to get the closest, so we can have more people on the landscape and also take the pressure off that top end. That's my fear with technology, is that at some point, if we want any resemblance of quality, we got to step back and show a little bit of self-restraint. I'm not questioning anybody's ethics. I mean, it's pretty cool seeing what people are going to do with long-range rifles. It's pretty cool seeing what what we call muzzleloaders are not muzzleloaders. They're single-shot rifles. It's amazing what they can do. So I guess my suggestion to you would be to support the recommendations that come from the technology committee. And you guys haven't seen them all yet, so I hope the division brings that out. So thank you.
Thanks. All right. With that, we'll go to the RAC discussion. And, I think the technology committee done a good job with this, with their recommendations. For me personally, I was more concerned when I knew the committee was meeting. I was thinking about and hoping more about technology recommendations and less worried about weapons, whether we restricted archery or restricted muzzleloader back to the 17th century. I wasn't too concerned about doing that. I was concerned more about emerging technology and effect and things that make rifle hunters and muzzleloader hunters effective at extreme ranges, which, like Troy pointed out, that puts a lot of pressure on the top end. It reduces quality because you don't have to work as hard to get to the big bulls. It's not so much how many we're killing, it's which ones we're killing, and then that ends up getting tags cut, which is not something we want to have happen. With the weapons recommendations, I had some concerns on that. I thought that, because the popular whipping boy today is the modern muzzleloaders. That's the one everybody wants to beat up on because it's moved so far, so fast in the last few years. I mean, within 10 years, we went from a 120-yard weapon to a 1,000-yard weapon. It's crazy what it's been able to do. But still, there wasn't enough attention paid to handguns or shotguns in defining restricted weapons. I think rifles, they went as far as they could with a centerfire rifle and saying the restricted rifle is iron sights only. I mean, that's about all you can do with it. And that definition is in there, and I agree with it as a new weapon type and a new way of doing things. I think as we go through this discussion, the RAC, we need to discuss handguns and shotguns and some ways of looking at restricting them further. And with that, RAC discussion.
I would think that restricting shotguns is important. Maybe getting rid of the rifle barrels and make them break action. As you could have a pump gun out there with a rifle barrel and send 4 or 5 slugs down range in less than 2 minutes.
I agree with Ken. I think as I read through the recommendations, it surprised me that I didn't see anything for pistols or shotguns. The other thing, as I've read through SFW's recommendations, to me, those are things that I understand the division's concern about making changes and the things that have to be looked at. But to me, those things that are there are no-brainers. The one caveat might be the drones. There's some other ramifications that may go along with those, but you know, the electronics on scopes and things like that, Kevin said it well. We saw this with the scopes on muzzleloaders. Once the division and the board voted to let variable power scopes be put on muzzleloaders, everybody went out and invested in high dollar scopes. Now, when we start having the discussion of taking those away, it's a giant mess. And I think we owe it to everybody, all the hunters out there, to get on top of this stuff now. We've got rangefinders that are coming out that you click on it, it'll drop a pin, send it to your Onyx Hunt with a lat and long that allows you to go walk right into where an animal is. That's a no-brainer. We don't need that. Some of the military stuff that comes out that shows images and changes as you scan, we don't need that. And before people go out and invest a lot of money in these, I think we owe it to them to get on top of this now. And again, I understand the division's concern, but to me, I didn't see anything in there that was as big a concern for me.
I just have I understand like an illuminated knock because I think about that's helping to recover an animal or figure out what organ you hit. But I'm really opposed to a lighted sight pin. And that's because if you can't see your sight pin, I don't think you should be shooting. Because it's not just about the animal, it's about what's behind the animal, it's about being responsible with your lighting. And I just think that that's something that should be restricted.
So I've shot a lot of bows, and like when it's darker, not at animals necessarily, but if you turn that illuminated sight on when it's dark, you can't see your target. And so it doesn't help you see your target at all. It just, I just don't. Really, it's just something to maybe draw your attention more to that pin than anything else, but it's not helping you shoot when it's later at night at all.
One caveat to that is if you hunt from a blind, inside of a blind is dark. And it can be midday and you can't see your sight pins because it's dark. That's a case where a lighted sight pin can actually help. And you know, what you mentioned goes back to ethics, and I've said this 1,000 times. You can teach ethics, you can preach ethics, you can't enforce ethics. And if somebody's gonna take a shot after dark or later, you know, we're not gonna stop that.
I feel pretty strongly that we should support what the committee came up with as far as the restricted weapon definition for archery equipment. I think it's really catering to a very small portion of the population that would hunt with a recurve. Even if you leave bows the way they are now, and I know that SFW recommended 5-pin sights, but even if you let them have a 7-pin sight, they're still at a disadvantage to those other weapon types that are defined in the hams category. And even with like the 5-pin side, I think that's a little arbitrary as well, because if someone wants to shoot 90 and they have 5 pins, they're just going to space them out at 15-yard increments and start at 30. So I don't know if that really helps anything. I think that we should leave bows the way they are, or the restricted definition. And that being said, it's because I think they're still at an advantage to the other weapons that can be used.
Scoot, I agree with you with one exception. The reason that I support the version that SFW come up with is simply the fact of the public perception. I've heard numerous comments that archery hunters get whatever they want. And, you know, if we don't take any restrictions, my concern is that when it goes to the board, it may not pass. If that's the case, it automatically defaults to the division's recommendations. And then we're stuck with a recurve bow and a longbow. So I personally feel like we as archers need to make, and I think it's a very small sacrifice to go to a 5-pin sight. You're right, it doesn't make a lot of difference, but at least it's something that the public perception isn't completely, you know, archers getting whatever they want. So that's my concern with going with the committee's recommendation. Because again, if it doesn't pass the board, it will default to the division's recommendation. And to me, the division's recommendation is really unfair. I agree 100%. I mean, 3% of archers, we're not providing any opportunity there. Now, it could be argued that it's a very small percentage of anybody who has those, you know, restricted weapon types currently. My thought is anybody can go out and buy a recurve, a longbow, a old Hawkins style muzzleloader, or a 30-30, and have that opportunity. The difference there is it takes minimal effort to become proficient with a 30-30 or a Hawkins style rifle. It takes a great deal of effort to become proficient with a recurve or longbow. And if that's what we're promoting, in my mind, we're promoting a tremendous amount of wounding loss.
It also takes a tremendous amount of effort to become proficient with a compound bow compared to the other weapons.
Yeah, and if you look at, so typically with a 5-pin sight, I mean, you're right, they could just adjust their sights and have a 100-yard pin, but typically you're with a compound bow, you're a 60, 80-yard max weapon. With a Hawkins style muzzleloader, you're probably a 150-yard weapon. 30-30, maybe out to 200-yard weapon. But with a recurve or a longbow, you're talking 30 yards. There are a handful of avid traditional hunters that could reach out to 40 yards, but that's really pushing it. So I've put a lot of thought into this part of it, and I just fear that if we don't take, excuse me, if we don't take a little bit of sacrifice, that we could get stuck with the division's proposal, which to me is not a good choice. So that's why I would support the 5-pin fixed sight option.
Can I ask a question? I just might have gotten confused. So you had mentioned like hams that has archery. Is that would that be the restricted archery in a hams hunt or just archery? Because the way I was looking at this is that the restricted weapon is a definition. And you can use restricted, the archery, but not during hams.
What my understanding is, Dana, is this is just definitions right
Yeah.
now. But if it passes, then the hams hunt would
Would
become
be-
a restricted weapons hunt.
Automatically.
Restricted
Okay.
hams hunt. So all the restricted weapons definitions minus rifles. That's the way it's written.
I had that same question coming into tonight because I didn't know if it applied to hams or if restricted weapons was a different category. But
Yeah.
it's intended to be the hams, right?
So what the division tried to do with these proposals, why they're included with some of the hams definitions is we didn't want to, like I said, didn't want to have multiple muzzleloader definitions, a restricted, a hams, a regular, we wanted to kind of make it one. So it is confusing in that way, but these restricted weapons definitions are, like, I think what you were thinking, they are just definitions.
They're definitions that the agency can use.
So yeah, so like, for instance, if these passed and next year a hunt proposal came that we wanted to have a restricted archery hunt on a unit or portion, then it would be that restricted definition, which our proposal would be the recurve longbow. But also because we're consolidating them into the hams, so the hams, if you had a hams hunt, yes, these would be the definitions for the hams hunt. So it's kind of both, if that makes sense.
Yeah, if these definitions pass, they would automatically take effect on the hams hunt.
Okay, I was thinking that restricted archery was like a definition that they could use as a tool, but ham, since it just says like archery, I was thinking it could stay as is, but I'm glad, thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, and I guess that's the harbor I have with it because if they said eventually they want to have a restricted archery hunt somewhere, great, and it's a longbow, that sounds kind of cool. But if it also has to be part of the hams, then to me it doesn't make sense because they're at a much more of a disadvantage already, and then we're just multiplying that.
It's not part of the proposal, but I think there's an opportunity to create a primitive or a traditional hunt where you could go with a flintlock and, a true traditional archery equipment and make a separate hunt or, a future hunt, but that's not part of the proposal. So, we probably can't do that. But as far as just where it does include the hams hunt, I agree. If we go with the division's proposals, that's a huge disadvantage to archers and provides very little opportunity because of such a small amount of people that actually have the ability to use those type of weapons. So.
Any other
And
discussion?
you might say the same for flintlock muzzleloaders. I don't know that there's a huge, I know there's people that use them, but there's not very many compared to
It's
others.
probably
True,
less than
yeah.
3%.
But it doesn't have to be a flintlock. It can be a Hawkins style with a percussion cap. But yeah, Kent made that argument that all of those weapon types, it could be a small number. But again, my concern is providing people opportunity to go and buy them and become proficient with them. It's much easier to become proficient with the other weapons than with the traditional style archery.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, just quick. I guess I'm really muddled by all this. The more I listen to you guys, the more confused I am. I understand just the definition part and I'm comfortable with it, but it seems almost like two different things for me. Maybe I'm understanding it wrong. One is to be able to accept some definitions of what a primitive weapon is. And second is what can we use on a hams hunt? And they almost seem like two different issues to me completely. And so I'm totally confused. I'm just confessing.
So we're talking about definitions right now, but if these definitions are passed, that will be the definition of the weapons that you can use on a hams hunt.
If I can just make one little clarification, I think what you're saying is, so if you are comfortable with these definitions, you could make a motion and pass those. You could also say, but we don't want to include them in in hams and have separate definitions for hams hunts. That's something you guys could do. I mean, this is just the way we proposed it.
I guess I'm going to just make one last comment. I understand that the definitions seem restrictive, but hams hunts are restrictive in general. So I guess I am comfortable with these definitions and then also how they are applied with the division's recommendations. There's many other opportunities, other hunts you can apply for if you want to use a different weapon. And with more people, I don't know, I think this provides a tool. So there you go.
Also, I'm going to just point out something. If this passes, if we pass it and leave it alone and this becomes a hams definition, then I'd like to see the RAC address handguns and shotguns in motion as well. Any further discussions? Motions?
I agree with you on the pistols, the handgun and shotgun. I guess I'm just searching for what that definition would be, because we can't just say restrict it. We've got to have so do you have something in mind?
With handguns, I do. And I think we could defer to Charles on shotguns. He's got a lot of experience in places where that's the norm. And he said, just take the rifle barrel off. You got to use it. Break barrel. Oh, the break barrel. Okay. All right, I'll let you elaborate on that in a minute, because you're the one that knows what you're talking about, and I'd just be grabbing it there because I have no experience whatsoever with a slug gun. With handguns, I would suggest that for purposes of a restricted handgun, it be limited to a barrel length not to exceed 12 inches. Firing a straight-walled cartridge originally designed for a handgun, minimum 35 caliber, and then follow the division's other recommendations for handgun with regard to wrist braces and minimum power factor.
I just have a question. Is that similar to what other states do, or?
I don't know what other states do on that, honestly. That's the gospel according to Kent, and maybe he don't know a lot.
Okay.
The part that's the gospel, or that I don't know a lot?
So does that, I may not have just heard it, but that means no scope type.
No scopes. I mean, it'd be iron sights only, which the division's recommended iron sights only. And what they've recommended is basically you could use a single shot specialty pistol, and I have some of them. I have Thompson Contenders. I have one that doesn't have a scope on it. It's got iron sights. It's chambered in 7 TCU, and that's a 200-yard gun with the iron sights. My scoped Contenders are 400-yard guns if you do your part right. So I have concern with, using an iron-sighted gun in a hunt where you're going to have restricted weapons and you're restricting archery and muzzleloader. So if we go with SFW's recommendation, which I support, on the archery, you're talking 50, 60 yards max. The division's recommendation on the muzzleloader, 100 yards max. And then you've got a shotgun and a handgun you can use at 200 yards. Which, that puts the other weapon types at a severe disadvantage. And I think if we're going to push archery and muzzleloader back, we need to do that with handguns and shotguns too. And that's my recommendation on handguns. And I think that pretty much eliminates using a single shot specialty pistol chambered for a high intensity rifle cartridge. So your suggestions on shotguns, Charles?
Sorry, currently it's got, have only open sights or peep sights, be free of any electronic devices, be 20 gauge or larger, fire only size 00 or larger buckshot or slug ammunition. And I would suggest non-rifled barrels and either break action or plugged shotguns. So that would be no more than 3 if it's plugged, no more than 2 if it's a break action.
So just follow the waterfowl rules with regard to
Plugging.
ammunition capacity.
Mm-hmm.
So you said a slug gun. Sorry, you said a slug gun. I don't know shotguns that well other than bird shots. Don't slug guns typically come with a rifled barrel?
Yeah, so like, let's say I've got a Mossberg 500 at home, and it usually comes with 2 barrels. One that's a smooth bore barrel, and then the other one is a rifled barrel that you can just exchange. That rifled barrel makes those slugs way more accurate at a farther distance. So removing that rifled barrel, you can still shoot a slug through a smooth bore gun, but your accuracy is not as accurate as far out.
So could we just say a smooth bore barrel?
Yeah, smooth bore barrel.
Can we make motions?
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we accept the SFW's definition for primitive archery equipment.
We have a motion to accept SFW recommendation for restricted archery. Do we have a second?
Second motion.
Brad, go.
Brad? Okay, we have a motion by Kirk and a second by Brad. Any discussion on the motion? I'll go to vote. Steve?
Yes.
Darren?
Yes.
Dana?
No.
Sunshine?
No.
Yes. Yes.
Charles?
No.
Scoot?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Brad?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-3. Okay, with that motion, Dana,
Yeah. Oh, I support the division's recommendation. I think it's good to define those restricted weapons.
okay,
Same thing.
same. Charles?
As a emerging archery hunter in the state, I feel like I have a lot of opportunity when it comes to archery, and this is an opportunity for those that practice traditional archery to have their own season.
Okay. Okay, I'll entertain any other motions.
I'll make a motion that we accept the rest of SFW's emerging technology proposal. It's in the letter. Do we need to read that or?
Is that
This-
sufficient?
I think it's fine.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Are you talking
are you-
about the suggested motions?
The emerging technologies, part of the SFW's recommendations. On what
I have a
counts.
concern about, like, so these aren't things that have been gone through the public process, right? Like, the public.
Going through right now.
I mean, I guess I mean that they weren't part of the information that was provided to the public to comment on before this meeting. Is that correct? Yeah, so I just want to make sure that that's clear to everyone, that not everyone has seen those.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Motion fails due to lack of second.
I don't necessarily disagree with any of them. I just think it's a little too sweeping.
What's that?
I think it's just a little too broad without maybe everybody understanding what we're accepting.
Any other motions?
I'd like to make a motion to add the recommendations of the handguns and the shotguns based on the rule of Kent and the rule of Charles, whatever those specifications were.
Okay, so while I'm writing this down, do you want to articulate the shotgun part of it for Chris to put in the motion? Keep it at the Reader's Digest condensed version.
Okay, add smooth bore barrel to the restrictions, and add plug or break barrel action for the shotgun. So no more than 3 bullets.
All right, and the handgun, you got that down, Chris?
Handgun, I have iron sights only, barrel length not to exceed 12 inches, and a minimum of 35 caliber. I missed something else, though.
Okay, straight-walled cartridges, originally designed for a handgun. It might be. No, it ain't. We've had some lengthy ones. Okay, we have the motion on the floor. Do we have a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
Motion by Sunshine, seconded by Charles. Any discussion on the motion? If not, we'll go to vote. Steve?
Yes.
Darren?
Yes.
Dana?
Yes.
Sunshine?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Scoop?
Yeah.
Kirk?
Yes.
Brad?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Do we have any further motions?
What else is left, I guess?
Muzzleloader, do we still have to accept the muzzleloader recommendations?
That's what's left on the table is the muzzle loader.
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept the muzzleloader recommendations proposed by the division.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the division's recommendations for restricted muzzle loader.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Steve. Any discussion on the motion?
That's all we're currently voting on, is just
That's
that
what we're looking at.
definition of the muzzleloader.
Definition of the muzzle loader. And I mean, after this, if you guys want to break out parts of SFW's tech recommendations, we could entertain those motions as well. If not, then this would be the end of it. That's, yeah, well, that's actually part of it too, yeah. We have, still got the rifle, the division's recommendation. Do you want to extend your motion to include that?
Yeah, let's extend the motion to include the division's recommendation for rifles as well.
Can I make one quick clarification as well? There is also the action item of the technology statement. There's that broad statement towards the end of the presentation, like on the future of hunting kind of
Yeah.
stuff in Utah. So that was also an action item that the division proposed.
Okay, that's part of the division's proposal, is accepting that statement. He made it first. Do you wish to include that in your motion as well, or do we want to do a separate?
Yeah, let's just bring it in.
It wasn't the statement of the first. I didn't read the statement from that. That was in the presentation from Gabe, and in the RAC packet, there was a statement on technology, not the
Okay.
one I read tonight.
Okay, that would, so we have, you can make that a motion to accept the remainder of the division's proposals as presented.
Yeah, let's accept the remainder of the division's proposals as recommended.
So if we do that, that eliminates any possibility of
Does- if we do that,
dissecting some of these others.
Correct.
It would at that
Yeah,
point.
if you want to pick out something else, probably do it before you
Probably
accept
do
the
it
remainder.
first.
He's got
You
the
want to do
proposal out
anything
there, that's up
first,
to him.
Charles? The motion's on the table.
Okay, let's back up. Let's back to the beginning. Make a motion to propose to accept the definition of a restricted rifle and the restricted muzzleloader proposed by the division.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to accept and the division's recommendations for restricted muzzleloader and restricted rifle. Do we have a second?
I'll still second that.
And Steve seconds that. Any discussion on the motion?
I just want to say I appreciate your comment about, the archers having plenty of opportunities. And I hadn't thought of that way until you said that. And so that's part of the reason I feel that we need to move forward with the muzzleloader. It's just an opportunity for another group of people to have a unique chance.
Any more discussion?
Just counter what you said. I agree with you, but that opportunity's still there. They can still hunt, but what we've done there, if we accept that, is you take opportunity away from all the rest of the archers that don't hunt with traditional. Those traditional hunters can still hunt with their traditional weapon.
Okay, let's keep the discussion to the motion. Any more discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll go to vote. Steve?
Yes.
Darren?
Yes.
Dana?
Yes.
Sunshine?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Scoot?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Brad?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Any other motions?
Yeah, there's two items in here that I feel strongly that we need to get ahead of. So I'm going to make a motion that we prohibit electronic sites. Sorry, I got to find the one so I'm reading the right one. Maybe there's only one in there. No,
The
there it
question
is.
I had
There
when
it
you
is.
were-
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Prohibit any electronics on scopes except for the illuminated reticle or red dot. And prohibit range-finding optics that define a lat and long of the location being viewed, and provided a GPS pin drop for the purpose of aiding in the take of wildlife. Those are two things that if we don't get ahead of it, we're going to have a much bigger problem down the road.
Okay, so the motion is to prohibit electronics on scopes, save illuminated reticle and red dot sights,
Yes.
and to prohibit any electronic device that gives lat and longitude or drops a pin for game that's ranged.
Yeah, range-finding device.
Range-finding devices or other optics that can tell you where the game is at, lat and long. Clear as mud, right, Chris? You're glazing over here, dude.
Yeah, I know. No. I'm good, I think. I think I got that.
I'll second it.
And we have a second by Kirk. Any discussion on the motion? If not, we'll go to a vote.
I
Steve?
guess,
Oh, you had a,
well, I guess I was just going to say that I don't have any problem with any of the other SFW recommendations in the motion. Sometimes I think if there was a way for this to have been brought forward before, or like be part of what was discussed by the division, I'd feel more comfortable with it.
okay.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to along with what Sunshine said, this kind of goes back to the trail camera issue that I had. I wasn't so upset about the decision that was made, just the fact that the public did not know that they were supposed to comment on that. And in this case, I agree, like honestly, I'll probably vote yes on this motion where it's on the table, but I don't feel like we have this in front of us, but the gentleman that commented earlier said that he did not have that letter. No one's seen this. The only technologies that the public is aware of that they're supposed to comment on right now are the definitions of those restricted weapons. And so I guess, in that being said, I'd like to see it go through the public process, and it sounds like it will in April or May. It sucks if people go buy a really expensive electronic scope right now and they can't use it later. So anybody who's listening, don't do that till next May or April, but that's my thought.
That's also kind of a reason that I feel like it's good to throw a vote out there that, maybe hold off because this stuff's coming down the pipeline.
Well, any other discussion? Okay, we'll go to a vote. Steve?
Yes.
Darren?
Yes.
Dana?
Yes.
Sunshine?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Scoot?
No.
Kirk?
Yes.
Brad?
No.
Joe?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-2. Scoot, I guess.
For the
we know
same
why
reasons I stated, honestly, I'm in favor of it, but because it hasn't been through the process, I'm voting no.
Is that your reason as well, Brad?
Yes, I totally agree with the restrictions and whatnot, but I don't think we followed the proper process and allowed the public's comment on it and stuff, and I think we shouldn't detour from that.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have any other motions?
Guess all that's left is. All that's left to accept the remainder of it, huh?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, we accept the remainder of the proposal as presented.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Eric to accept the remainder of the proposal as presented, seconded by Kirk. Any discussion on the motion? If not, go to vote. Steve?
Yes.
Darren?
Yes.
Dana?
Yes.
Sunshine?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Scoot?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Brad?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. We are now to the CWMU and landowner permit recommendations.
Feel like I might be the light at the end of the tunnel in this meeting. Yeah, I just wanted to make some clarifications real quick and then open it up for questions. Just on this one where we had a few variance requests and we had recommendations from the division, we had recommendations from the CWMU Advisory Committee and requests from CWMUs. Just to make it clear of what the division is recommending is we had 3 variance requests, one from Jacobs Creek for an extended elk season. The division on this is our recommendation is to follow the rule and not grant that. The CWMU Advisory Committee recommended that it be shifted, the 61-day season be shifted back a month, so it's October, November. And the CWMU is asking for the whole entire thing. Lazy H, the division is, we're recommending to deny that request. They were, the landowner there was convicted of fraud. And for that reason, that's why we're recommending that. The CWMU Advisory Committee did recommend that they get their non-contiguous. There wasn't a conviction at that time. That may have changed what their recommendation was. And lastly, Sweetwater is a CWMU currently, and it's looking to be an elk CWMU. They're about 8,200 acres. And the CWMU Advisory Committee recommended that they become an elk CWMU. Once again, the division on that is recommending that we strictly follow the rule on that one as well, and it not be a elk CWMU. And then just for clarity too, there was another one with no, forgot the name, Grass Valley. There was a recommendation from the CWMU Advisory Committee that they lose one of their private permits turned to a public permit, and the division's recommendation on that is that they keep their full slated permits. And I think everything else is pretty clear, hopefully.
Any questions?
It's so late and this is nitpicky, and so I'm like mad at myself for bringing it up, but here we are anyway. On the CWMU purposes, and I feel like a lot of this is kind of a PR issue, but there's the bullet points there. The one that I can get behind is provide landowners with incentives to protect wildlife and habitat. The one I can't get behind is provide income to landowners. Like, I don't think we need that. And I think there's some public perception out there that is damning to the CWMU program when we've got a bullet point that says one purpose is put into place to provide income to landowners. That doesn't sit right with a lot of people. I'm fine providing incentives, but the bullet point to provide.
Is this going to lead to a question?
No, it is not.
Then let's save it for the comment period.
It is not.
We
Like
gotta
I
move
said,
along.
I'm mad at myself, but here we are, and that's all.
Okay, so we'll remember that in the comment section. Noted. It's actually. That's all right. I think everybody's forgiven at this point. Are there any other questions from the RAC? Questions from the audience?
Chad, I wanted to ask, with the recent committee that restructured the LOA program, is there any sort of effort or committee or group that is looking at the structure and design of the CWMU program?
Yeah, so, and I figured you'd ask a question, and Cash, it's nice to see you. I've had a lot of communications with you, so it's good to put a face to the name. So I appreciate you sticking it out tonight and being here. Yeah, I've been in communication with the CWMU Association. A lot of those things that you touched on earlier on the elk plan, those are discussions that we're having, things that we're trying to work through. And when the rule's up to be opened up next year. So I don't know that it's determined if it's going to be a full-fledged committee, but that rule will be opened up, and there will be discussion on it, on those changes.
Any other questions from the audience? We have online comments.
Yeah. We had 6 people fill out our survey. 33% strongly agreed, 17% somewhat agreed, 33% neither disagreed or agreed, and 17% strongly disagreed. So 2 comments I'll maybe mention. Get rid of the CWU program, or make significant changes to it. Put a cap on how much the landowner can charge for their tags, and increase the number of public tags to match the amount of private tags. CWU should be asked to help to address the point creep problem.
Public comment, Cash Stalling.
Guys, I know it's late. I'm sure you're tired of hearing me tonight. I do want to say that I really appreciate Chad. Out of all my interactions with wildlife and RAC members over my life, Chad is the only one that has ever called me directly to talk about something that I had a question about or a comment that I submitted. And I really appreciate that, because it helped me feel heard, and I felt like we could have a real conversation where we bounce ideas off each other. I'd like to just remember my earlier comments that I don't want to go over too much, but coming back to that, if a 10% allocation change was made, the 85 tags would have gone to resident public hunters. This small 10% change would not even affect about 1/3 of the CWMUs. Another third would only have to give up 1 to 2 more permits. Another third would end up having to give up 3 or 4 more permits. I think it's interesting, if you look over the way we big game hunt in Utah, you'd be hard pressed to find another program that is a state-run program in big game hunting that has remained virtually untouched in 30 years. Haven't changed anything about it. I want to be clear. I like the CWMU program. I think landowners should make $1 on it. My family and myself have seen the benefits of it. I do, however, believe that with so much of how we big game hunt in Utah changed in the last 30 years, it is now time for the CWMU program to make a change. A change that reflects the fact that the land is no longer the most valuable resource of the program. But as the CWMU operator knows best, the tags are the most valuable resource of the program. And these tags should be more equitably split between the 2 supposed partners, the public land hunter and the private landowner. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad Peacock.
Brad Peacock, I'm here to represent the CWMU Association, and we just want it to be known that we support the division's recommendations as proposed on these different CWMUs.
Thank you. Comments from the RAC, discussion? Okay, Kirk already took care of that for us. Thank you.
This is the time to ask questions,
Yeah, knock it. Yeah, that's right. I think.
Is
I'm
this,
about ready to turn into a pumpkin.
is this even, I mean, thinking about Cash's comments, is this even an opportunity that we could change the allocation of the permits on the CMU? Or is that got to be on a different meeting with a different agenda?
Well, you can, go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, so these are permit recommendations, so you can make a recommendation, whatever recommendation you want to the board on the permit numbers. I think to change splits, that would be when the rule opens up, and we'd have to change rule for those allocations. And just for the record, on that 90-10 split, a lot of them do that. When we do that, then 100% of the antler lists do go to the public. And just as an example, Cash threw out how many bull elk hunts there are. If you add up the total amount of elk with bull and antler lists, the public actually does get a little bit more than half of total elk permits on CWMUs.
Anything else?
I guess I'll just make a comment that it's really nice to have the public participation this late at night, and I do appreciate that. Being on this RAC, it's been, I think, a very good discussion. So that's all I needed.
More discussion? If not, we'll entertain motions.
I make a motion to accept the division's proposals for the CWMU.
Deanna made a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. I would like to look at the split, but I don't think that this is the time to do that.
A motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, Steve?
I'm going to abstain just because I'm connected to, I feel like I'm probably biased one way, so I'm going to abstain. Is that the right way to say it?
You can do that, yes.
Okay.
Darren?
Yes.
Deanna?
Yes.
Sunshine?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Scoop?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Brad?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0 with one abstention. And I think this concludes our meeting.
I make a motion to dismiss.
Second.
Motion to dismiss. Second, all in favor. Those not in favor can sit in the parking lot.